Hello, good morning, everyone.
Good morning, good morning.
Pandey sir, good morning.
Good
Good
namaskar.
morning, good morning. आराम छ
ठीक है sir.
नमस्ते
Namaste, namaste, and welcome.
Monday sir, दुई तीनटा भए हुँदा अलिक कन्फ्युजन
साहबको नमस्कार है
नमस्ते, नमस्ते. हाम्रो वीरगञ्जको मेयर साहबलाई पनि नमस्कार.
नमस्कार
चलिए टैली से
सरहरू सबैजनालाई मेरो नमस्कार। म ज्योति शर्मा।
नमस्ते ज्योति म्याम
नमस्ते ज्योतिजी नमस्ते है
नमस्कार ज्योतिजी
नमस्ते म्याम नमस्ते।
नमस्ते मैडम, नमस्ते.
घनश्याम दाई नमस्ते
नमस्ते नमस्ते आराम
आराम आराम विजय सर नमस्ते मेयर साहब सरिता म्याम नमस्कार
हजुर नमस्कार सबैलाई
नमस्ते नमस्ते हजुर
Good morning again. We will wait for 1 or 2 more minutes and then we will start the sessions.
सुरज
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Imani Kumar. I'm the Deputy Secretary General with ICLEI and also the Regional Director with ICLEI South Asia Office, which is located in Delhi. Welcome to all the participants, speakers, and all of you. Thank you for joining this webinar. KASpaces Nepal webinar, which is part of the series of webinars which we were doing it for the last 1 month. This is the fourth in the row in the South Asia. We have already done 3, one in Sri Lanka, India and Bhutan. Now the fourth one is in Nepal, and we have one more thing coming up in South Asia, which is in Bangladesh on the 29th of this month. This particular webinar is a series of webinars is organized with support from Konrad Adenauer Foundation. You will hear more about that in a few minutes. And I'm also happy that we have partnered with Municipal Association of Nepal, which is the premier association which is taking care of city governments in Nepal. And I'm happy that my friend and also the Executive Director, Mr. Kalanidhi, has supported us a lot to us. I can see him also now on video. Welcome all of you. Next slide. As I said that this particular webinar is organized with 3 of the partners, Konrad Adenauer Foundation, MUAN and ICLEI South Asia. And I'm happy that we have Dr. Gopi Kanal, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Federal Affairs and Local Development, Government of Nepal is also with us. And as I already said, Mr. Kalanidhi Devakota, Executive Director of Municipal Association FPAL is also with us. And I'm happy that Mr. Christian Ashley is the Director PDA from Konrad Adenauer Foundation. Singapore is also this particular event. I request to mute all your mics if you are not speaking. Next slide. ICLEI South Asia, I hope all of you know, this is a city association within the South Asia as part of the ICLEI globally, which is around 2,500 odd cities as part of its members. And we have regional committees, and I'm happy to see Mr. Ashok Kumar Bainju, Mayor from Dhulikhel, is with us. He's part of our regional committee. And thank you, Bainju Sahab, for joining us for this particular event, and also to all others. Maybe when I ask Kalanidhi as well as Mr. Ashley to speak about their organizations, once I will hand over the mic to them. Next slide. As I already said that this is part of the series. We have completed 4 in South Asia. This is the 4th one, and we have one more coming up in Bangladesh end of this week. We also have 2 events in Southeast Asia have completed. One in Philippines yesterday. We have one in Malaysia, which has been attended by more than 200 odd participants. I'm so happy to see them. So if your time permits, please join the Bangladesh one, which is going to happen on 29th of July, and also the Southeast Asia ones, whenever your time permits. We will share the dates also with you if you are interested on that. Next slide. Today, we will have half an hour opening session and then 3 technical sessions we have. One on the sustainable urban development and internal migration. The technical session, the second one is on the urban climate resilience, and the third one is on the sustainable urban transport. We have speakers from the city governments, speakers from the civil society organizations, and also the private entrepreneurs who have joined all these sessions on that. Next slide. Before I hand it over to our colleagues, some housekeeping rules and reminders. We request If your bandwidth, internet bandwidth supports you to, please keep your videos on, and please mute your mics if you are not speaking. If you have any questions, please raise your hand. If you can see that raise hand option below on your screens. If you have any questions and answers, I request you to please use the chat box or Q&A. Please write your questions there so that we will take it up, as a moderator will take it up with speakers and discussants, and we will try to answer all your questions. If we face any issue with the time, we will come back to you on your questions. We will send you your answers maybe through emails and reply to your questions and all. This event is being recorded and live streamed on Facebook and YouTube. By participating, your consent to being recorded and live streamed. I hope that is okay with all of you. So with this, I will just now hand it over to Mr. Christian Ashley, is the Director PDA from the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. Before maybe I will ask him to speak. The main objectives of this particular webinar is we have discussed with all the panelists and the speakers. This is more on a collaborative work on the sustainable urban development, collaboration and cooperation between various stakeholders addressing on the challenges. So we will have more discussion today on how the sustainable development goals are taking place in Nepal. Where are they? What is the status of all the SDGs? And we will have discussion, what are the various challenges happening while you are implementing the SDGs in your country. This is also, as I said, that a part of various series of webinars. So we will have one regional webinar maybe end of this year, either in October or November this year. And we will bring all the nations in Asia Pacific, including the 10 nations where we are doing the webinar, a national webinar, so that everybody can have a discussion and can see what is happening in their countries and share the best practices and maybe address some of the challenges what you are all facing. So with this, I will hand it over to Mr. Christian Ashley to give his opening remarks. Mr. Christian, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much. Dear Dr. Gopi Kanal, Mr. Emani Kumar, Mr. Kalindi Devkota, estimated speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It is a big pleasure for me to welcome you to today's webinar, which is jointly organized by ICLE, by the Municipal Association of Nepal, and by Konrad Adenauer Foundation's Political Dialogue Asia, which is based in Singapore and which I'm representing today. We are going to talk about sustainable cities and the Sustainable Development Goal number 11. And this, as Emani already has shared just now, is part of our ongoing KASpaces series. KASpaces is a platform that was developed by Konrad Adenauer Foundation in order to further the Sustainable Development Goals in Asia, and I'm very happy that we have this ongoing series of webinars as long as we cannot come together in order to look at best practices, at solutions on how to meet the Sustainable Development Goals, especially given the additional hurdles that COVID-19 has given to us in order to achieve these goals. Konrad Adenauer Foundation, for those of you who have not heard about the foundation before, is a German political foundation. We are active in over 100 offices worldwide, and we work on democracy, human rights, rule of law, innovation, security, and the Sustainable Development Goals. In Asia, we are active with over 20 offices. Unfortunately, we do not have an office in Nepal, but we have a very strong and close partner in Nepal, the Center for South Asian Studies, and I'm very happy to see my dear friend Dr. Nishal Pandey with us today, who one day will be given the award of Honorary Director of Konrad Adenauer Foundation in Nepal. I'm quite sure of that. He's coordinating our consortium, or our partner, the Consortium of South Asian Think Tanks, And in that sense, whenever you want to get in touch with Konrad Adenauer Foundation, I think he is the shortest connection to get in touch. But of course, you're also always welcome to get in touch with me directly or with my colleague Mega Sama, who is also in the call today, who is our program manager for the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm very delighted to be able to welcome 5 mayors today as part of the program. This is really excellent. I think in particular, the Sustainable Cities Sustainable Development Goal is a goal which can only be achieved with a very strong effort from the municipalities, from the mayors. So the mayors are the key players in this effort. They are our heavyweights, if I may use an Olympic reference right now. So we have 5 heavyweights with us, which is fantastic. And I'm really looking very much forward to their input, their sharings. We try to focus on the best practices, but of course, we have also to acknowledge that in some cases, we are still a long way from achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And I think the platform that we have created with our partners from ICLE is really an opportunity to speak openly, to speak candid about what we did well in the last few months and years, but also where we still need to improve in order to really achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Today's program reflects the topics that we believe are relevant throughout the whole of Asia. So we hope that when we get to the regional conference, which Emani Kumar has just mentioned, we will really be able to share best practices from throughout the region that will benefit the different participants, the different countries. And of course, we hope to strengthen the network of all those stakeholders that work on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And I'm very happy that Nepal is an instrumental part of this network. It has been before, but I'm also really happy to be able to have a KASpaces webinar with Nepalese participation, because I think the case study of Nepal as a landlocked country, as a country with a very special ecosystem, I would say, I think can be very valuable for other countries in Asia as well. I would like to thank all the speakers, all the discussants that are going to share their insights with us today, that are making time today. I would like to thank again the Municipal Association of Nepal, our dear partners from ICLE, led by Mr. Emani Kumar, and of course also my team, Miga Sama, our program manager for Sustainable Development Goals. With that, I hope that we will have a fruitful exchange, interesting discussions today, and I would like to give it back to Emani. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Ashley. Thanks for all the support from you, your organization, and Mega. I think almost she was in touch with us every day, if not every minute. But thanks a lot for all the support. What we are getting it from you. We didn't feel that you are a partner to us. Like that is more important, I think. And thank you for your support. So now I will ask Dr. Gopi Kanal, is the Joint Secretary, Ministry of Federal Affairs and Local Development from Government of Nepal. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us on this webinar. I know this is a very busy time for all of you, but thanks again for taking time out and joining. So the floor is yours, sir. Dr. Gopi Kanal. Sir, you are muted, sir. Can you unmute your mic?
Good morning, everyone. All the respected and distinguished participants of this important meeting. I have the very honor to speak on behalf of the Ministry of Federal and Local General Administration, where I'm working now. I have been working as the division head of the local capacity development, responsible for the building capacity of the local government and the provincial government as well. I'm also working for a project that is that aims to build the capacity of the subnational government called PLGSP, Provincial Local Governance. First of all, I would like to thank all the institutions who are actively involved in organizing, particularly ICLEI and other institutions and MUAN. So like many other countries, the urbanization has been the burning issue in Nepal. I have seen that there are 3 important papers over here in this webinar related to sustainable transportation, sustainable climate change, and sustainable urban development. All these 3 issues have been the burning issues in South Asia, and the pace of urbanization is going up in this region. Even in Nepal, if you see that due to various factors, now the pace of rural to urban migration has been increasing exponential rate. And if you see the village area, almost they are vacant. I mean, they have people have left there, and they have concentrated either in district headquarters or national headquarters or regional headquarters and province headquarters. So that's happening due to education, due to health opportunity, due to job opportunity, and many people, the remittance has been one of the important source of our economy. And once the people start earning from remittance, they start investing in urban area for building houses for the children and for their family. Due to concentration of the public services, and due to many other reasons, so urbanization is taking place even in Nepal. Climate change, the whole South Asia, the climate change has been very burning in this region. We know that I have seen in my life that the mountains, even white mountains has been turning into black even in my lifetime. I have seen the mountains from my house since when I was born, but the situation has been changed now. So so we have been vulnerable to the climate change, but we are not being responsible for this vulnerability, due to industrial pollutions and due to the consumption-based society in the Western world and many of the developed world. We have become the vulnerable to climate change, due to unsustainable, unindustrialization and unsustainable consumption pattern in this earth, where the mother earth has not been able to cope with. So it is a big threat to humanity. But fortunately, all the distinguished citizens and all the scholars, academicians like you, we have been very, very concerned, irrespective of the regions, whether they are from West or from the East, all are concerned with the issue of this climate change issue. We have to fight together. We have to work together. And sustainable urban transportation, this has been the mainly big issue even in Nepal. So urban transport, sustainable urban transport is very urgent for the for economy, scaling the economy. Let me highlight some of what we are doing in Nepal in case of the local government. In Nepal, we embark on this journey of federalism, and 3 tiers of governments have been created over here. The provincial level and local governments have been very, very active, and during the pandemic situation, local government proved their very existence, their very legitimacy, and their very effectiveness. So a kind of development movement, local rural development movements and local development movements is going up in this country due to heavy investment by the local government, by their commitments. And the local governments, they have developed the leaders, they have developed for future. They have become the factory of our future leader, and they have become the vibrant local leader as well. So these institutions have been very active, and our constitution, thanks to our constitution, that assigned important responsibility, the expanded responsibility to local government. There are issues of fiscal gap also, and there are issues related to functional assignment, unbundling the task. That's still, but this is a kind of this local governance is an evolving process. We can't resolve every issue by night and by day. It takes time. So that's happening. and local government are also very effective in empowering citizens throughout the across the country. If you visit any part of Nepal, you see the active role of the local government to empower the local citizens, and they are also very important vehicle to institutionalize the inclusive governance and inclusive development in this country. This is happening, and there are some issues also, like like the capacity constraints thing. There are some we have not been able to enact the Central Civil Service Act. Due to that, the provincial government have not been able to enact the Provincial Civil Service Act. That has some negative implication on the human resource, appropriate management of human resource at the local level, because the provincial government is responsible for enacting laws for the local government to make all these procedures. That's happening. On the urban development side, Nepal is a very earthquake sensitive country. We have been vulnerable to earthquakes since long time. I mean, it's our regular pattern. So we have enforced the National Building Code. Our Ministry of Urban Development, you will see maybe later on you will see from the paper, our Ministry of Urban Development, it has amended some building code based on some international code, based on some Indian codes. And so at least at this time, the peoples have been very aware about the building the resilient houses. So and solid waste management has been like any part of South Asia. We have also been facing the issue of solid waste management, how we can manage this issue, how we can develop the sustainable landfill site, how we can we promote the zero waste system and promote the organic farming, something like that. So integrated urban development, our ministry has been supporting the local government to institutionalize integrated urban development. Basically building land, developing receptive land zoning, building some transport master plans, and environment management plan, who's over here and who has been working actively advocating for the environment in this country. And every year we have been facing landslide, flood, everything. So this issue of recently, our ministry, we have come up with one important tools introduced in 10 years ago, and we reinforced it: environment-friendly local governance. There are about 100 indicators related to the environment, and we are going to roll out this environment-friendly local governance throughout the country. Local governments, most of the old local government, they have already roll out that environment-friendly local governance, like Bharatpur, Basnagar municipality. So this environment-friendly local governance framework will be an integral part of the local greenery, local forest management, urban forestry, even to introduce the resilient urban development, so on. And then in the same way, we are also supporting the local government to engage, to empower the citizen engagement. So the civic, in Nepal, it's very important that in the market sector, the government sector, and civic sector, both the three should work together. There is a strong role of civil society organization, basically the organic committee organization. So in this country, the organic committee organization, they have been very active, they have been very supporting and generating social capital and providing some spaces when the market and the government is weak. Okay, so in many remote area, that's why we have been very much we have given much priority to build the capacity of this organic civil society organizations, organic a kind of social movement through the toll lane organization. Many municipalities, they have formed toll lane organization. This is a kind of committee organization who are involved in providing basic services, empowering people, and creating awareness and working for the many areas. So this is happening. We are very happy to learn how other countries are working this kind of platform. will provide us ample space to learn from you and to share our knowledge. And I would like to thanks from my heart for the Municipal Association Nepal, that has been important institution, very old institution in Nepal, to advocating for the urban development, for the local government in this country. We have a very good cooperation with this institution, and the government is very supportive to hear their voices and to to translate their voices into policy framework. That we are doing. So we have the local government act, that is one of the popular act in Nepal, and it has given a lot of responsibility to local fiscal responsibility, expenditure responsibility, and other responsibility to the local government based on the constitution. But there are some challenge. It's not. There are some challenge ahead. Basically, many local government are facing the fiscal constraint and human constraints, but that takes time. To share my views on this important webinar, and good luck for the success of this webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your. I will put it. I think very important messages you have given. I was just noting down some of them. I think one of the first message you gave is we should we should fight together. I think that is the one message you have given it early in your speech. And city engagement is, I think, another point. Citizen engagement is another point which you have brought in up. We are all facing the same problems. I know that is an issue. So we have to come together, and I think that is the main objective of this webinar. Thanks to Konrad Adenauer Foundation, bringing together all the partners, bringing together all the stakeholders is what we are aiming for to collectively address the sustainable development goals. Issues related to transport, solid waste, wastewater, organic farming, integrated urban management, all that. I think thank you for your message, and thanks a lot for joining us for this event, sir. We have our next speaker, Mr. Kalanidhi Devkota, is the Executive Director with the Municipal Association of Nepal. Thank you, Mr. Kalanidhi, for joining this event, and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you so much, Kumar. Thanks a lot, and very good morning, everyone. We're all the distinguished panelists, speakers, mayors, and very senior government officials. First of all, I take this opportunity to thank the organizer also inviting us, not only as speakers, but also as the organizer, actually. So, and ICLEI South Asia and MUAN have been a long-standing partners for a long time, and we have done so many activities in order to support our local governments, promoting urban governance and supporting technical and advisory supports to municipalities and so forth. So without letting any time be wasted, I would like to start about the internal migration and the challenges that not only Nepal, but mostly the developing countries are facing in the recent times. So in Nepal also, after the Maoist insurgency, which is very well known, that a lot of people migrated from rural part of the country to the urban centers. In the jargons of urban development, we call it as the push factor, because the people who could not live in the villages, they had to move forcefully to the urban areas. And naturally, all over the world, there is always a pull factor in the cities, that people tend to migrate to the cities in the pursuit of prosperity and for further education and so all these economic activities. So this both thing happened, and this created a very huge demographic shift from urban rural areas to urban areas. So the government of Nepal, all 3 tiers of government of Nepal have to face this challenge. And on the one hand, we say it as a challenge, but I also see a very good opportunity in the migration also. So across the world, I always remember that there was a slogan by the UN Habitat that cities, it said cities are engine of rural development, because unless and until there is a huge city or a kind of urbanization, there is no possibility or economic growth for the entire country, and the spillover effect always supports the development of the rural areas, because the product that we have in the rural areas also needs a market. So if we do not have a very a dynamic market, then the prosperity of the village dwellers also not possible. So against this backdrop, so I would also like to shed some light upon how Nepal government's decision also contributed to the urbanization. Actually, what happened was right after the constitution, in 2015, the government decided to restructure the country, and then especially the local government. So the local government unit became quite, unit got quite attention from the federal government, and then they decided to merge, and then created different types of, 2 types of local governments. Rural municipalities and urban municipalities. And currently, MUAN is the association of the entire urban municipalities, comprising of metropolitan cities, sub-metropolitan, and municipalities. So this created a huge number of, if you see the statistics, now almost 62% people live in the urban areas. So this means that the government's attention should be quite pertinent in order to deal with the challenge and also reap the opportunities created by such kind of new emerging towns and big cities. But there is some gap between the supply and demands that we have been experiencing, and MUAN right from the beginning has been advocating for sustainable development cities, livable cities, and also created a kind of a set of indicators to announce smart cities, because smart cities has become a kind of a very fashionable word and kind of a very popular jargon. Everybody wants to make cities smart cities, but we don't know exactly that what are the real criteria, and these criteria are also subject to our socioeconomic settings. The smart city indicator of Nepal, or for example, Kathmandu metropolitan city and a small town like Tansen or Palumta, for example, could be different, because the demands and the prospects of both cities are quite different. So this is how we need to develop a kind of very realistic such kind of indicators, so that the local governments are motivated to create it a livable city or a smart city, whatever we say, but by fulfilling a very basic needs, because local governments, particularly in the South Asian countries, were created based on only population, and they are mostly overlooking the other physical facilities, especially the utility services. And that's where we fall down on the job very often, that we do not pay much attention about what kind of services the people who are paying the taxes are getting. Because when they are like their cities are announced as a city or metropolitan city, a kind of, a psychological, kind of satisfaction may get by a particular citizen. But when it comes to getting the access to water, access to, other utility services, waste management facilities, and all, so forth, and if they do not get those kind of facilities, they also tend to, not paying the taxes. They are reluctant to pay the taxes. So that kind of missing link, that kind of bridging gap is something that we need to pay attention in order to ensure that we are promoting sustainable cities. So having said that, in a nutshell, I would like to focus only a couple of things that in order to ensure that we have a sustainable cities, we have to at least ensure that basic utility services are providing to the taxpayers, was basic health facilities, sanitation, and those kind of things should be in place, and effective and efficient services are in place in the cities. And last but not the least, urban transportation system, which is very, very weak, and very in a situation that is not at all suitable to say that it is in the city mobility, right? Because a very traditional type of transportation system is still we have been utilizing in our city. I always remember there was an event in Myanmar when we were attending. A friend of mine from Manipur city, India, reminded us that back in 80s or late 70s, when he visited Kathmandu, he saw trolley buses, the electric buses supported by Chinese government. But and he was quite excited to know from me that how prosperous the Kathmandu city may be now, how Kathmandu city would be like now. But I was so sorry to share with him that the trolley buses are no more, and we have not been able to invest in the cities as much as per the demand. So this is the predicament that we are facing. Lastly, I would only like to share with you one thing, that the new constitution has given 22 exclusive rights to the local government, but we have not been able to estimate how much exactly we need to implement those or exercise those 22 exclusive rights. That's why MUAN has recently initiated a study. We have discussion going on together with ADB Nepal, that we will do some kind of research that how much we have to allocate funding for urban transportation, how much we have to allocate for enhancing to collect own source of revenue, I mean property taxes and all, and how much for water and sanitation, health, education, all. And only when we get to know that, okay, this much amount or resources or technical support we need to really exercise our rights, then only we can really function properly. For that matter, MUAN has been supporting local governments and always committed to support, and the regional platform like this is very important. And I would also like to add one thing, that we had sought, but in the reason for regional cooperation at the central government level, which is not functioning because of political reason. That's why the relevance of regional local government forum is very useful and very relevant here. Probably such kind of platform will pave the way for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kalanidhi. I think very important point you are making. Yes, I think this is also our responsibility as maybe city associations within the South Asia region. you as Muan in Nepal, we are also in touch with other municipal associations like MAB in Bangladesh, Sri Lanka City Association, all that. And I think maybe let us have one more discussion on with city associations together, and we can take it forward. And I also completely agree with you that unless until if you bring together the cities, city governments, and work on along with the citizens, I think that is more important what you have said. No point in talking about smart cities if they don't address the basic amenities within the city. I think very important point, and we are all here to discuss today on the same issue. And I hope the discussions will be fruitful further in today's session. I just want to thank each one of you, Dr. The Secretary, Joint Secretary, Dr. Gopal, that Gopi Kanhal, and Mr. Christian Ashley and Kalanidhi for your thoughts in this opening session. Before we get into the second session, the first technical session, we just want to have a group photo with all of you. So may I request everybody to please open your video so that we can have, maybe if we can take out this slide, maybe organizers like Sashi Keshav, and put a gallery view. So request everybody to please switch on your videos if it is not a problem with all of you. We just want to take a group photo. Unfortunately, with the COVID, we cannot meet each other, but maybe this is the new norm of taking web photos. Okay, 1, 2, 3. One more for the safe side. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. Thank you all for joining this particular session. I can see there are more than 170 participants on this event. We will get into the first technical session, and I am happy today we have Mr. Deepak Babu Kandel, Mayor from Polangataur Municipality in Nepal, and Mr. Vijay Kumar Sarvagi, a Mayor from Birjunj Metropolitan City in Nepal with us. And we also have 3 discussants, Dr. Pandey, Director, Center for South Asian Studies, and Ms. Manju Gaurang, Co-founder and Strategic Advisor, Pauraki, Nepal, and Dr. Prakash Bhattarai, Director, Center for Change. Welcome all of you for joining this particular session. This is more on the sustainable urban development and integral migration. I think Kalanidhi has talked about the migration, and there was a question. I was reading the question. What do you call it migration? Is it urban to rural or rural to urban? Migration can be anything. Actually, I'll say that people moving from away from urban areas to rural areas or rural areas to urban areas. Maybe you call it urban migration or a rural migration, whatever you want to call it. So we will talk about more on that in this particular session. Maybe can I have the next slide? We have few slides just to showcase about what is the SDGs, how it is happening in Nepal. As you all know that the Sustainable Development Goals have started from 1st January 2016, which we need to achieve SDGs by 31st December 2030. The main objective is or the theme of SDGs, which are actually followed from the Millennium Development Goals after 2000 to 2015, is leave no one behind. So bring everyone together, as both our speakers in the morning session have already said that. How can we bring together all of one? It's a universal, and it is based on the 5 P's: people, planet, prosperity, peace, and partnership. This is how the SDGs have been designed, how they have been drawn. Next slide. There are total 17 goals which are there in the Sustainable Development Goals. Understanding on the core framework, SDGs monitoring is about inclusion, participation, and growth for all. This is what I think everybody is talking about. And besides the global monitoring, it is to be complemented at the regional and national and subnational level. So how much you as a city, I think that is what Mohan and Kalanidhi is talking about. As a city, how much you are doing for your citizens? How can you bring together all your citizens together and monitor and see the implementation of SDGs on ground, and also at the subnational level and national level. And national and state circumstances and requirements and priorities determine the national and state SDGs agenda. I think this is another point which Kalanidhi was also talking about. How can we make cities more inclusive, and how can we make cities more active on their own needs? Like what is that needs to be added in your own city on that? Just to see that, next slide, just to see on the overall, if you talk about global SDG progress, SDG 9 is sufficient progress has taken place, that is industry, innovation, and infrastructure. SDG 11, still a lot has to be done. I think this is also the point which came up today morning. And also it's like when we talk about all over in Asia Pacific region, this is very still, it is true, need to be done on the SDG 11. A lot needs to be done towards the SDG 11. Many parts of the world still progressively slow on the SDG 13 also. COVID has come out in between. But what we are saying is COVID may be there for next few years, but climate change, which is there for so many years, which you need to address it, that is more threatening than the just COVID on that. So maybe we should need to look into all this as an integrated and take it forward further on that. Next slide. This is about issues and challenges in the South Asian region. South Asia could lose around 1.8% of its annual GDP by 2050 if we continue as it is on that. This is as per the ADB's statistics. And 1 degree increase in temperature in South Asia would also see a sea level rise up to 98 centimeters. And which is going to be caused because 5 trillion to address the issues or the what we need actually. This is also as per the ADB statistics on that. Next slide. On coming on to the internal migration status in Nepal, I think Kalanidhi and our Joint Secretary also spoke about that. It is annual growth of around 3.4% about the migration on that. Nearly, I don't know, this is 20.6% of the total population, what is urban areas, but as Kalanidhi is talking about, around 55-60% already moved towards to the urban areas from the rural areas on that. So it's a major concerns, not only in urban areas in Nepal, but also in most of the other areas in Asia Pacific region also on that. So with this, I will hand it over to our panel. I want to invite Mayor Deepak Babu Kande, who is the mayor from Polangtur. Mayor, sir, thank you for joining us this particular session, and the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Imani, and good morning, all of you, distinguished participants and panelists. First of all, I'll thank you to ICLEI and our esteemed association Mohan for this opportunity. Just we are many of people's, more than 60% of people live in urban area in Nepal, but what is the urban area? The definition is difficult to Nepal. So that I'll just, we will start. Most of people want to ensure the access to all adequate and safe, affordable housing, basic service, and upgrade the swamp area. This is I think this is the main important things for, it may be related to SDG goal also, and improving the affordable, accessible, like a sustainable transport system, improving the road safety, notably the expanding of public transport service, and especially attention to needs to improve those people who are disabled for transportation and maybe elder people and children who are disabilities. I think this is related to SDG goal. The same to enhance the inclusive, sustainable urbanization and capacity of participatory, including peoples and subnational institutions and interlocal government, integrated the sustainable development and settlement planning and management of the country's area. I think these are the most important to develop the urban area. Previously, speakers like Kalanidhi and Gopi sir is speaking about smart cities, and somewhere I'll talk about no smart city, modern city. Modern city may be converted to smart city. This I think the definition of smart city is different to people, and calcimistic is the slogan is but good. But I think this is not for our situation. But we are making the cities like friendly, eco-friendly, and climate resilience. I think these are the main causes, not smart. I think this is what's need. Green city maybe significantly reduce the number of deaths. It's need to make a good city because of substantially decrease the direct economic losses relative to global gross domestic product caused by disaster, and so that including the these matters are important for the sustainable development goals. We need to provide the universal access of safe, inclusive, accessible green and public areas, public space to make the city more beauty and eco-friendly also. I think these are the most important things for our development goals, SDG, related to SDG. Because we are talking about sustainable development. What is the sustainable development? Those this development is called the sustainable development, which make people more happy, more friendly, more sustainable for living standard as well as other things. Environmental link between semi-urban areas. These are the most important things for creating the our development areas. Maybe include those matters. Those peoples are need to move to semi-urban area or rural area, maybe internal urban internal migration due to difficulties of hilly areas, like maybe landslide, maybe disaster. In our Nepal is it's vulnerable area due to climate change, always has earthquake also, so that people want to move the safe area from the hilly areas to the scattered development, scattered residents are difficult to develop because of electricity, transportation, drainage, water supply, which make more costly. So that people want to move the plan area, and so that the internal migration is increased due to development facilities. People displaced by the disaster, various disaster. Maybe I said the rainy areas, and it may be landslide. So internal migration is more important things to us, like our city municipal Palumta, because of hilly areas, people want to move somewhere is related to mass movement due to the landslide. Recently, before the 1 month ago, nearly about 1 month ago, we lost lots of people, not human, but animals and buildings because of landslide, because of undurable. In the after the earthquake of 2072 in Nepal, more than 78 times of earthquakes move in our Palumta city. So it is difficult to change the hilly area, and somewhere it has changed the water resource also. Is from to one place to another place, and upper area to lower area, which make it difficult, so that the internal migration is major regions of our cities, our area. And likewise, transportation. Transportation means public transportation. Main are also the major another factor to migration to rural areas to urban area. Similarly, maybe economical activities. Somewhere people are saying the cities are engine of economic vibrant, so that the people was moved to rural areas to urban areas. like maybe health facilities, education facilities, and somewhere another things. These are the most important to current practice and challenge for the our transportations, migrations of the peoples from rural areas to city areas. But our city is near about to rural, not advanced rural. So that the another factors in Nepal, peoples was advanced life and better amenities to get, so that people move from rural areas to the. In our case, more than 60% of people live in city areas in Nepal, but I think this is not reliable. What is the city? This is the definition of city is maybe not defined in this case, but I think 30%, near about 30% people live in the urban areas. Urbanization has laid the disappearance of green part, so that the peoples move to new urban areas, new urban areas, so that make a climate resilience as well as friendly. In Nepal case, most of people migrate due to 2052. After that, the most of peoples migrate from hilly areas, rural areas to city, near the city district headquarters, near cities, because of Maoist insurgency, which make the peoples at the time, this is maybe security. They feel the security, so that they move from one place to another place in last 20 years back. These are the most difficulties in our situation, but we need some solution. We are delivering the affordable housing. But solution is we stop the migrations of people from rural to urban, or maybe back to I guess previously Imani sir says back to urban to rural. You make affordable housing, so that any clean water, if facilities provided smoothly to rural areas, those people should not move to city areas because of amenities. Just provide the shelters of people living risky situation due to disaster. Previously I said, just like our cities, like our areas, Palumtar, maybe rural areas, in hilly areas, and hilly areas, or maybe Himalayan range. This is basically to difficulties, disaster related to landslide, heavy rain, maybe snowfall, and so many things. It's previous to make a resilient city, maybe climate resilient city, so that the people do not move to towards the city areas. Similarly, focus the expanding of the public transportation, because we make the people to make easy to transport, easy to health, easy to other safety. Then people do not go to want to migrate to another areas, and people want to replace the vulnerable areas also, so that the peoples who make these cities make eco-friendly and economically sustainable, and so that. And another most important is in our Nepal, like people do not want to move. They want to save our cultural heritage, so that we preserve our heritage and culture. Then do not people want to move the urban area. I think these are the main special things for those peoples stop the migration and as well as development. My pay special attention of environment during the infrastructure development is much necessary things. Provide the universal access to safe, inclusive, and accessible green and public spaces, in particular for women, children, older peoples. I think the cities may be complete when we make the peoples safe. Such people, vulnerable groups are also safe, and then people want to leave the urban area, so that the is difficult to change our economic status and other factors. Support the positive economic, social. The need to national countries are like a national government improve the support the positive economic to vibrant, support maybe agriculture, again previously tourism area, the basic say incentive to give the small areas and rural areas. These are the main environmental links between urban and urban areas are very strengthening regional development to the peoples. At last, I'll thanks to those peoples and our system. They want to change people's life standard as well as sustainable development, like people's and economically, health, socially, all things are related to internal migration. So we are talking about all development areas. Internal migration is different causes. Likely, Gopi sir and our director Kalanidhi says previously, these are the most important things to stop the internal migration and others opportunities to provide the people's rural peoples. They do not want to move to rural urban areas. And last, thanks for this opportunity, Imani sirs and others, Ikle and Armuan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Deepak. I think very important points that you made, how to stop migration, or how do we provide more amenities at the city level so that we can stop the migration. I think one important point which you have said is on the economic activities to be created at the city level or at wherever they are there. I think that is more important, and I agree completely with you. Providing housing or economic activities,
affordable housing.
Yes. Affordable housing. That's a very important point you made, sir. Thank you. We will take maybe a few questions after that. And now I invite Mayor Vijay Kumar. Sir, the floor is yours, sir.
Namaskar to all. I just want to thank first by bringing these two things for us: the urban development and internal migration, climate resilience, and sustainable transport system. And I think this is very necessity to achieve our SDG goals by 2030. Because when we talk about developments, then we have to consider all the things while we go on with our work. Everyone knows that Nepal is a newly constituted place. We have 3 tiers of government. Although we have been told that the local government is very powerful, but it is in the constitution only and the laws, but not actually. We are not exercising what we are actually have been empowered. Even though it will take some time for this transitional phase, lots of demarcation has to be cleared first. The demarcations are not clear. That's why we are in a dilemma phase right now. We are all newly incorporated municipalities. Some are an old one, but in our case, we were a small town before as a municipal only. After that, we are metropolitan with 70% of more than 70% of rural area. Rural area means it is not like a metropolitan city, and the expectation of the rural people are always high when they are being told that you are in a part of metropolitan city. This is the big thing. Why they are migrating? When I'm saying from the last 4 years experience, this is for their employment and livelihood. They are migrating from the rural to urban, and for good education, good health services. These are the basic requirements. Also, are the main things are that whatever they are producing in the rural area, they need the market. The marketization is also a big problem. If we are not going to guarantee the production, whatever done in rural area, again, they are shifting to the urban area for their selling of the materials also. This is the main problem what we are facing right now, the challenges what we are facing. For this, there is a lot of people moving in the urban area right now. And our infrastructure is also not very, up to the mark what we require. We don't have connectivity also with the rural area, good connectivity. At least one road should be connected to each ward. We can say we can make the wards actually like a satellite city, so that there is enough financial and technical support to the people over there itself, so that they don't come to the urban places. If they get all the services in rural area. This is the big challenge what we are facing right now. The development is not, as per our mark right now, because whatever is written in the specification in our local government act, that a metropolitan city should be like this, we don't have that specification right now. It was all political decisions which was made in the last time of the elections. It is before only 2 months when we were elected as the metropolitan mayor. And we have been not given any facilities or any cost for the development as per the metropolitan specification also, not from the state or not from the central government. What we are doing is, it is our own thing. The main problem we are facing is manpower. We don't have urbanization doing work all like type engineers or planners or anything. We are working with a officer level, employee who is dealing in our metropolitan city. This is the problem with all the cities which are been developing in Nepal in good way. We can, but it has not planned way. It is developing, but not in planned way. This is a big challenge in tomorrow's era. We are talking about 2030. We will SDG goals has to be fulfilled, but a lot of there are disasters, lot of hurdles, government instability, which will not actually lead us to make all our goals fulfilled for up to 2030. It may take 2050 also, because what investment we are doing, how much investment we have done in all government level to make it. We have not even sit together. Three governments are always in three sides. We don't know what central government is want to do over here, the state government what they were going to do, and what we are doing they don't do. In that case, unless and until all the governments are sitting together, whatever the developments in each municipality we are doing, we can't talk about sustainable cities and anything. What are they building? Is that local government is capable of taking it away, or can't it service it? If we just bring a white elephant in the city and we can't feed it, then it is not advisable to invest in that white elephant. It has to be invested as per the local need and with the coordination of the local government. This has not been done till now in 4 years. I want to just tell Mr. Ashok Benju also, in 4 years, is there any cooperation with the local governments? We didn't find that cooperation even in the disaster time, the COVID time also. Everyone is doing their own job. We don't have any linkages. We don't have any cooperation. In that case, we couldn't fight the things, jointly. We fought it. By local government, we did it. All the local governments have done a fantastic job. Without us, they were not, successful in this COVID-19 also. These are the main problem. There is no planning also, and cities were combined, in a hurry. Which areas should have been combined with which metropolitan, rural or urban? This was not discussed. It was all political, you can say strategy, what they wanted to do. We are very much affected with that also. And for this sustainable solution to address the problems and the internal migration, what I suggest is we have to, upgrade the rural areas so that they don't move from that places. We have to take care of all the needs of them. The connectivity is the main source in addressing the needs, because if the roads are not good, people will always want to stay in urban area. If the roads are good, they will always be in the rural area. We have to just ensure that whatever the business they are doing, agriculture or anything, they have to support it in the rural area itself. They should be supported by finance. They should be supported technically, so that they are not forced to for their livelihoods to the urban areas. This we have to check, and we are doing these things also. We are trying to build 5,000 employment over there, so that in the rural area, so that they can sustain in that place. That we don't have any burden in urban areas. We are building agriculture market also for two districts. We are building one agriculture market so that they get good price for their product. A market is the main thing, I think, in this problem. And one is education. Before, there were not good institutions for class 12 in rural area. Now we are building from in rural area class 12 up to class 12 education system, so that the girls or boys has not to travel to urban areas. Again, we are making good infrastructure for the health sector. Previously, there were 1,200 people visiting in the main hospital in Birganj, Narayani Hospital. 1,200 people were visiting. Now only 600 people are coming, because 600 people are stopped in their respective wards by providing good facilities of health. This is what we have done, and we are also trying to get the whatever they are producing in their villages or rural area for the market also. We are trying to make linkages to buy the goods from them, so that it is coming in good rates and it is again sold in less profits to the urban areas. This is what we have to do, so that our farmers are more enriched by getting good price to them. We are also very much looking for how to retain those people in the villages or rural area. This is also what we are researching and doing a job accordingly. We just looking at their needs, what are the needs of them, and accordingly we are working right now. And also one big problem is in rural areas conflict. We have to reduce conflict in the rural area. There are lots of fights going on between the communities. That has to be reduced. If we are not going to reduce, then they will be afraid and they will again move to the urban area where they feel safe. They feel safe because the policing is very good in the urban area, while you see in the rural area, the policing is not good. Then in that case also, we have to reduce the conflict in the rural area, and we have to establish peace over there. In that case only, they will retain in those places in the rural area also. We have to, overall, what we have to see is the human development in rural area is more better than urban area, because urban areas already, already they are doing good. But in the rural area, the human development is not good. Then in that case, we have to see human development is very nice in those places. Like what happened in COVID-19. COVID-19 is a big disaster which has to be looked by the central government. And central government can direct state to do the work according to prevent from the COVID-19. But where we were failed, we were not vaccinated in time. The expenses were more in, our, health expenses in compared to vaccination. There was some mismatch, maybe unstable government, or they didn't inquire before. The vaccination was the big thing. Even though what we thought that one part is vaccination of COVID, but another part is vaccination for our, newly born babies. We are within 15 months of time, and the pregnant ladies and who has already given birth, the ladies, because there was a high mortality rate in this COVID time of these people. When what we did is we took all the risks and we went to house and gave vaccination to the newly born babies in time, and we were declared 100% vaccinated metropolitan city. By this, we reduced the mortality rate also very less, and we were very much, we fought with the COVID-19 very effectively, and now we are prepared for the third wave also. There is no a big problem for us, but there is still, if we get vaccination, our people will be more, safe, and they will feel more safety, and they will not again move to one place to another. I think I was given 8 minutes for my speech, and I finished by that. If there is any question or query, I'll be very happy to reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vijay Kumar. Thanks for your views. I think a few points what you have said is very good, which is also the common point. Maybe I'll say employment generation. I think that is one thing what you have talked about. Getting a good price for the farmers so that they can stay back. I think that's another point which you have talked about. And the conflict thing, I think that's another important point you brought in, creating more safe atmosphere at the city level, so that the people can stay back. That. Thank you, sir, for your views. Maybe I'll just ask our three discussants about their views, and then maybe we can have then a discussion on that. First, Dr. Pandey, Director for Center for South Asian Studies, sir. Dr. Pandey, the floor is yours, sir, if you want to share your views.
Thank you, Mr. Imani Kumar. I'd like to thank the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, ICLEA, Muan. I'd like to thank Christian, Mega for all this KASpaces and the opportunity given to me. I think KASpaces is already becoming a brand name, and you are doing a lot of these Zoom webinars in so many cities around Asia. We have already brought in a lot of important topics in our discussion this morning. First is that the rural to urban migration, and poor migrants must send money home to repay debt and support families. Now, restricting migration does not work. When Prime Minister Modi was in Nepal a few years ago, he mentioned a very nice Indian Hindi cliche. He said, "Pani aur jawani pahad mein nahi rehti." And this was taken very positively here. In fact, it is a fact that people do tend to migrate, and now you cannot restrict them. I think that's the number one takeaway home that we'll have to understand. The second issue is that Nepalese youth are migrating. They are going to the Gulf, they are going to Malaysia, they are going to Korea for work to send remittances back home. That remittance contributes 28% of our total GDP. We are surviving our economy is in dire straits. Tourism is zero because of the COVID-19 pandemic. There is unemployment, yet our economy is floating. And it's precisely because of the remittances sent by our youth, men and women working in the Gulf and Malaysia. But that is also having a very negative implications. And then as somebody mentioned in the morning, that we are as a nation becoming an elderly home. There is no youth in the villages. There is nobody to till the land. Our agricultural fields are becoming barren because the youth has already migrated. They have gone to India for work as seasonal workers. They have gone to Japan and Korea. The urban youth has gone to Australia and the United States. So therefore, it is becoming an elderly home, and that is having a tremendous negative impact. The third issue that I like to highlight is that we are a fragile terrain. We are a tectonically active zone. We have seen several earthquakes, the largest one 7.8 in the Richter scale in 2015. We have a fragile geological structure. We have steepness of slopes of our hills and a swift flow of water. Now that makes it vulnerable to landslides. We just saw a landslide a couple of weeks ago, and that was devastating. So therefore, there is stress in our ecosystem. So we cannot just be building roads here and there. We cannot, authorize dozers and make roads in all our villages, in all our fragile hills. So there has to be some solution out of it. People are going to migrate. Number two, there is going to be stress on urban infrastructure. There is going to be problem of traffic, but there has to be a solution. Now, what can be those solutions? Number one, I think it is going to be on green, clean energy that needs to be promoted. And I think we have not really spoken about this in the morning. We have to have legislations on new clean energy options. Our municipalities, and I was very happy to see and hear the mayor of Birganj municipality. He's doing such good work in Birganj. We have to have clean energy options. We have to go for electric vehicles. We have to have other options of clean energy. Otherwise, this is going to be unlivable, unsustainable cities. Let's say 20 years from now, I mean, these urban centers are going to be nightmares for people to live in. Third option that I would like to highlight is that tourists are going to come to Nepal not to see these urban nightmares. And who on earth would like to come and get stuck in traffic? They visualize Nepal as a beautiful a country with nature, with mountains, with hills, where you can go for trekking, where you can go to these famous temples of Muktinath and Buddhanilkantha and so forth. People don't visualize nightmares and getting stuck in 4 hours of traffic in Mugling Road or something like that. So we have to think about where our income is going to be generated from. In order to promote tourism, we have to go for clean energy, greener options. And finally, I don't want to take much of your time. I could have other comments also, but there will be more and more stress on, as our panelists have already mentioned, you cannot stop people in the villages. They will come, and if you see the statistics, compare it from 1981 to 2011, in 1981, we had 65 lakhs people in the Tarai. Today, we have 1 crore 13 lakh people in the Tarai. So compare that 1981 to 2011. If you look at the electoral constituencies of the parliament, slowly you'll have a demographic shift from the villages to the Tarai. And enormously, there will be more constituencies in Tarai than in the mountains or in the hills. It will be obvious. But another factor that will be in the politics of Nepal is that, Mr. Imani Kumar, will be surprised that hill people will dominate the Tarai constituencies, some of the constituencies. Places like Sira, places like Morang, they are in the Tarai, but it will be the hill people that will dominate some of the constituencies because they are the people who have migrated from the hills and gone to the Tarai. So I think this demographic change is likely to happen. We'll have to focus on the cities. we have to focus on major infrastructure projects like our airports. We are bringing out 2 international airports in Pokhara and in Bhairava. They have to be sustainable. They have to be connected with the cities. And also that we'll have to focus on tourism. We'll have to focus on clean, green energy. Otherwise, we'll be just running around the bush trying to stop migration, which we will not be able to do. And the governments have never been able to do that anywhere around the world. I'll stop here and congratulate you again for this excellent academic discussion with policymakers, implementers. There are also academics. I see a lot of well-known figures here, and I'm sure the conclusion will be very useful for the government as well as the civil society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pandey. I think very important points you have brought in. I don't want to comment on that. Maybe let us have further discussion. And I will call now Dr. Manju Gaur, and co-founder and strategic advisor for Pauraki, Nepal. Dr. Manju, ma'am.
Namaste and good morning. First of all, I would like to thanks my sincere thanks to the organizer for this opportunity.
Ma'am, if it is okay with you, can you make it a little faster, not to show all the slides? So we will share your slides.
I will skip some of my slides.
Yeah, we are running late little bit.
This has already been touched many issues. So I would like to touch upon only the social and practical issues that the previous speaker has not mentioned. So next slide, please. Let me introduce the organization. Pauraki Nepal in Nepali language means hardworking entrepreneur who stand on her own feet or achiever. Is an non-governmental organization run by returning women migrant workers. It was established in 2003. The objective of ensuring that women migrant workers exercise their rights throughout the process of foreign migration, namely through pre-employment, pre-departure employment, and post-arrival support program. Advocacy at the policy level and policy reform represent another key strategy at Pauraki, Nepal for protecting migrant women rights. Pauraki Nepal advocacy plays a major role in uniting women migrants to speak with the one voice and increasing visibility of their issues and concern for policymakers. Pauraki Nepal puts pressure on key government actors to ensure implementation of existing domestic laws and ratification of international instruments concerned with the protection and promotion of migrant women workers' rights. Next slide, please. The organization has outreach up to 21 districts covering 7 provinces. Networking and in community, national, regional, and global level. And policy, as I mentioned already, policy advocacy and right-based approach is the working modality of the organization. The activity of Pauraki Nepal is empowerment of returning women migrant workers through social and economic and paralegal support. We have shelter where we provide free accommodation, counseling, healthcare support, psychosocial and mental health, provide life skill training, entrepreneurship development training, family counseling, livelihood assistance. And community awareness is another major activity of the organization, covering whole migration cycle, including prevention of human rights. And we do have child education support and emergency support during the natural disaster like earthquake, floods, and COVID-19. We all are aware about that the issues of migration. The internal migration has already been addressed by previous speakers. So I would like to just focus on the external migration. The push and push factor also mentioned the previous speakers. So I just wanted to highlight some issues that 55 households received remittance, and 56,100 youths are in the foreign labor migration, excluded India. We have not covered India as a because of our treaty between Nepal and India.
We can't hear you, ma'am.
Ma'am, are you there? I think we lost her connection.
Hello.
Dr. Manju, ma'am?
Ajur. Yes.
We can't hear you, ma'am.
Oh, maybe there is an issue of network. Then I will connect in the.
Now we can hear.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The fluctuation of network is.
Yeah.
So,
go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. And we also I would like to highlight the social protection. The social protection of workers is also the formal workers only. The formal sector and informal sector, majority of Nepali workers, especially women. I would like to highlight about the women's issue. In the domestic workers, they are in informal sectors and the entertainment sectors and other sectors. The informal workers are not covered by the Social Protection Act. Next slide, please. There is also challenges of recruitment reforms, including free visa, free ticket, voting rights of migrants. Another issue, and dead body repatriation is still not effective. Employee payment model, recruitment fees, and gaps in clarity between Foreign Employment Act and Human Trafficking Transportation Act. Lack of cooperation between the ministry and department, as the previous speaker has already mentioned. Next slide, please. There's still, though we are, we have a Foreign Employment Act, and where there is no discrimination. In the Article 8 mentioned that there should not be discrimination on the basis of gender, but still there is a ban for domestic worker. The majority of Nepali workers are going to GCC countries and Malaysia. Nepali women are going as a domestic worker, and there is a ban and there is an age bar. So that is also another challenges for decent work. And another issue is important of international instruments that Nepal has not ratified at, like ILO C189, which is related with domestic worker. It covers the internal domestic workers as well as external domestic worker. And another ILO C89, ILO C177, ILO Convention 98. And we are more focused on SDG Goal 5, Goal 8, Goal 10, and 11 also one of the major important issue. But regarding the SDG goal, our organization is more focused on SDG Goal 10. Under that SDG Goal 10.7 is addressed by our organization. And there is also another challenge is that Foreign Employment Board has been established since long, but it's not in the provincial and local level yet. So we are more focused on to have its decentralization for the accessibility of the migrants and their family members. Next slide, please. And the another issue is foreign employment foreign employment policy needs to be reviewed, and effective implementation of free visa, free tickets scheme, along with the Supreme Court's decision regarding the scheme should be followed or should be implemented, ensure voting rights of migrant workers, dead body repatriation, legal aid, and countries of destination needs to be need to provide. And there must be a sign of bilateral agreement between country of destination and country of origin, and ensure employer pay model, recruitment fees and MOUs, and synchronization between the different prevailing laws like Foreign Employment Act, Human Trafficking and Transport Control Act, a wider participation of the related stakeholders in the planning and implementation of the policies and programs. That I have already mentioned. I think we should skip this as well. And we are more focused on, I would like to highlight and the migration governments should be ensure the entire migration cycle and fair and ethical recruitment. The cost of migration should be reduced. And another issue is like, while we are talking about the facilitate orderly, safe, and regular, responsible migration and mobility of people, including through the implementation of plan and well managed, there should be a whole of society and whole of government principle to adopt for the effective implementation of existing laws and policies. And I would like to share about the good practices, like previous speaker also mentioned a few examples. We have, the organization have some project with cooperation with the Dakshin Kali municipality. We established with the support of, with the coordination of ward chair, and they supported us for to establish a factory, like and to give us a space for the factory, and there the 25 women were engaged for spice, how to say, they established this small factory where they start their small entrepreneur. And another is the same municipality, we have a smart climate farming project where 100 women saving and credits engaged, and we provided them training on the whole cycle, like seed, fertilizer, water tank, plastic tunnel, and technical skills trainings and financial literacy to establish the smart climate farming for the unseasonal vegetable farming. And there is also, under the Deputy Mayor's with Women program, we established a mini garment where the project support skills, and we provided them machines, and the municipality and the mayor, deputy mayor provided us the space to run these mini garments. And the municipality is planning to heading towards plastic free zone. So the garments has developed provide cloth bags to avoid use of plastic bags. So another practice is like in 5 districts of Nepal, like Kailali, Baake, Nawalparasi, Makhanpur, and Sunsari. We provided 61 returning women migrant workers electronic rickshaw. So the electronic rickshaw is environment friendly, though these women are now earning handsome amount of money so that they are running their electronic rickshaw. And
Ma'am, can you finish it off now? I think
Yes,
we are
yes.
running too late. Yeah, I think good initiatives.
Yes.
Can we?
And this is also changes action taken by the organization after COVID. We provided food and non-food items, assist local government to collect data, and assist local government to provide support materials in community through a paralegal department. We assisted to migrant workers rescue, repatriation, reintegration, and dead body repatriation during first and second COVID, second lockdown. The organization handled more than 7,000 cases from different destinations and provided shelter to women migrant workers and provided them seed money to start up small business and provided a skill trainings to 340 migrants and returning migrants and provided them seed money up to 40,000 Nepali rupees. Yeah, next slide, please. And also we provided 150 migrants.
Can you please
yeah
finalize it?
and
Can you please finish your?
And next slide, please. And next slide. Yeah, actually there is a gender and other consideration, like the characteristics of migrant workers are excluded from mainstream socially, economically, culturally, politically, and in terms of class and caste and gender. So root cause of this external migration is discrimination, inequality, and unequal distribution of rights. So another issue is social stigma and discrimination towards women migrants in the entire migration cycle is the another issue that I would like to highlight. And I would like to highlight control and access over resources and access to information, access to service that provided by the government of Nepal is the another key issue for pull and push factors of migration of women. So,
ma'am, can you?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks. I think as the social point, what you have brought in, that is very good, important. Thank you again. May I ask now, Dr. Prakash? Dr. Prakash, if you don't mind, just take 2 minutes, main points, 1 or 2, and then we are already too late. I'm sorry for this.
So I'll have just 2 minutes.
Yes, if you don't mind, 2 to 3 minutes.
Then what's the
main
point
points,
of?
if you can.
Okay. I think that will not be fair just to give me 2 minutes, because I have prepared for this event and,
Please
and you
go
should
ahead.
just listen to me, okay? So, but I'll try to finish within 8 minutes. Let me, first of all, I'd like to thanks to the organizer for this opportunity. And let me begin my presentation with 2 important figures. So according to the recent government report, internal migration represents 39% of all Nepali migration. So we have foreign labor migration, educational migration, so 39% that comprise, internal migration. The second data says that almost 10 million people, which is 36.2% of the total country's population, who were not born in their current location. So that means internal migration is quite prominent, issue in the context of Nepal. And when it comes to the push factor, agenda, so it's basically disaster, conflict, and climate change are like 3 important, push factors for internal migration. And Nepal has experienced internal migration in all these 3 dimensions. So during conflict, it was a conflict-induced migration, disaster, in 2015 earthquake, as well as, flood related migration, and also the climate change, which is a most recent phenomenon. So what are the key issues and challenges around sustainable urban development and internal migration in Nepalese cities? So basically, I just want to say in a very bullet point to save time. So the first thing, what I really found lacking is the lack of disintegrated migration data. So though our mayors have talked about that, but a lot of government, a lot of local government, most of the local government, in fact all of the local government and even the central government lack that sort of disintegrated migration data. And even the migration is changing quite rapidly, but it's not been well recorded, so that has a direct impact on these urban planning and development planning and delivery of services and that sort of things. The second point that I want to highlight is what we lack in Nepal is a migration management plan that had to be in collaboration with the sustainable urban development plan. So the migration management plan could be comprised of, let's say, housing management, land management, slums and squatters management, service delivery provisions, resource, how to address this resource pressure kind of gap, and the managing conflicts between the host community and migrated community is also quite high. Our Vijay sir mentioned about this conflicts in the rural areas, but we have noticed the conflict between the host community and the migrated community in many parts of the Nepal. And the third point that I want to mention here is internal migration has contributed to increase the number of urban poor. So increased number of slums and squatters in Kathmandu and city areas has been quite big issue, but it's been less prioritized, and it yet to be kind of a national priority agenda. And the fourth point, the internal migrants who belong to marginalized group have most difficult life in the cities. So there were some examples where like Dalits, face difficulties in renting the room, like in city areas, like low earners live in a crowded room, like with nominal facilities, and people with disabilities, like, have faced significant problems in their mobility due to like poor infrastructure in the city. So I think how we could address the concerns of marginalized group, I think that's also something very important to take into consideration. But like in COVID period, there was some sort of reverse migration, so thousands of people, they left the cities, and I don't know like how many of them have returned back to the cities, but like that was one of the impact of the COVID-19. I think that needs to be mentioned here. The second thing is that, a lot of these migrants had difficulties to get relief from the government because of the lack of the proof of residence in the urban areas. So, still like, that was also a big problem. Though, some stories like in the media and even the, our previous speakers mentioned that, this federalized structure has stopped people from, migrating to, urban areas, but proper research yet to be done. So the issue of urban poor like really need to be addressed in the future. So in conclusion, because of the time limit, I think we need to have like a three-pronged approach to address the problem associated with internal migration. The first one, we need to manage migration in urban areas. That is very, very important because there is already a huge number of migrated population and we didn't have a data. So we need to have that sort of like, a real-time disaggregated migration data that support us to come up with a better migration management plan in the cities. The second approach could be the rural-urban linkages. I think that has already been discussed, which is transportation connectivity, the market opportunities, and other opportunities, that connects the rural urban areas. And that has to be like, well discussed. And the third one is the promoting rural development. I think one of the research that I had conducted with International Organization for Migration 3 years ago, where we, where we discussed, where we had like explored the importance of like, rural development and education in mainstreaming migration, So I think the promoting rural development, promoting rural urban linkages, and managing migration, in urban areas. I think these three areas are extremely important to take into consideration in the future. Sorry, I could not, say everything that I wanted to say, but because of the time limit. But thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash. I'm also very sorry for reducing your time. We are 25 minutes late, so that is the reason. But your slides, if you have them, any information, sir, please share it, and we will share it with all others also. And very important points, I think you brought in into the discussion is the data. I think unless until you have the data, you can't plan it. And also the integrated planning, I think that is another point you have brought in, that bring the data and plan it into, link it to the urban planning, what you have done that. I know that we are running too late, but both the mayors, if they want to add any point on the three discussants, maybe instead of discussants speaking on the two mayors, Mayor Deepak and Mayor Ashok Kumar, if you are there, or if you want to add any point, or any other person want to say any other point here at this time. I saw that one or two points on the planning is one question it came up, and another point came up is restructuring of Nepal government. The local government focused only on the transportation without any planning and scientific study, inviting the natural disasters like landslide. Majority of the local governments are cutting hills to show quick development on transportation. I think this is Dinesh Adhikari is talking about. So any point, mayors, you want to add anything here? Dr. Vijay Kumar sir, Mayor, you want to say anything on the data, what you have in your city? Are you planning that in your planning? Well, you prepare a city development plan.
I want to just add one thing.
Yes,
whenever
sir.
there is a disaster, we start planning at that time. We should have a national policy how to go ahead. And all the three tier of government has to be clear in this, who is going to do what. Because the immediate relief work can be done by local government, and the medium-term relief can be done by the state government, and then the long-term planning and long-term re-establishment has to be done by the central government. And if we are not going to plan this, all the governments will be working together in one time, in one place, then it will be more than enough, or it will be less than enough. These are the things what we want to add. And local governments, as per the constitution and as per the Local Government Act, has to be empowered actually. Not like, giving rights in the papers. And when we talk about the rights, then when we are supposed to be look after all the subjective offices for health and for education, cooperative and agriculture, everything, when we are going to see, then the local government has to be empowered. And I hope that the Joint Secretary is also listening to me. Actual empowerment has not been done. And when we are talking about the SDG goals to be fulfilled, enough, resource has to be managed to achieve the goal. It is not going to be achieved by only the central government. It is the role of local government who is going to start the process, and then the whole thing can be achieved by the national government. This is the things what we are not having that actually synchronization right now, which will in future not help us to achieve the goal to 2030. This is my suggestion only for this seminar.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Pandey, you want to add any one sentence, sir?
I think all the issues have been covered very properly, but I would like to, in the second session and the other sessions, focus more on clean energy options and what the municipalities are doing for this option that they have. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Prakash, one last word.
I think, when it comes to the problem, or issues related to internal migration, we always tend to forget the people at bottom, I mean, we have wealthy internal migrants as well, who can easily settle into the city areas, who has property and resources and everything. But that number is quite minimal, whereas we have a large number of the poor migrants, who are forced to leave their usual place of residence, as result of the disaster, conflict, climate change. And their situation is quite quite vulnerable, though they are in the cities, but they are in difficult conditions, and their problem has further, let's say, compounded a result of the COVID pandemic. And I think how we could address the problem of urban poor, the poor migrants, I think that has to be kind of a policy agenda, because that covers the majority of the people. So that's what I want to emphasize, and I request our mayors, present here, to come up with a better migration management plan of a respective municipality, so that could really help to the urban sustainable development. So I think it has to go together, but and it needs to be priority agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash. So I just want to close this session at this time. We are almost 35 minutes late. Thank you to Engineer the Mayor Deepak Babu and Mayor Vijay Kumarji, and Dr. Pandey, Dr. Manju Gaurang, and Dr. Prakash. Thank you all for your inputs. We are very sorry for the delay, and I will then now hand over to my colleague, Mr. Keshav Jha, to take the next session on the climate resilience.
Thank you very much.
The floor is.
Thank you, Mr. Imani Kumar, and all the distinguished.
Mayor Deepak, you want to say something, sir? Sorry. No, go ahead.
Just say thanks, not more. Yes, thanks.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead,
all right. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mani Kumar, and all the distinguished speakers in the session 1. Now, with this, we enter into session 2, which is focusing on urban climate resilience. We again have a distinguished speakers from the municipalities, two distinguished mayors, and then 3 discussants. So just to kickstart the session, I have few initial slides to present. Shashi, can you pick the slide? Yes. So this is the overview of urban climate resilience in Nepal. If you look at the numbers and studies being done by the various technical agencies, it says that annually we are increasing our temperature by 0.0 degrees Celsius, which is a huge comparing, and it clearly says that we are not going to meet the Paris Agreement targets. And we are there are various other climate related issues and challenges. For instance, rapidly retreating glaciers. On an average, we see more than 30 meters of per year retreat in glaciers in the upper Himalayas. Then also we have seen the high frequency, high intensity, low frequency rainfall event across Himalayas, across Nepal cities, which is another huge concern in terms of flooding and landslide and other subsequent causes, impacts. And also, if you look at the various technical assessment being done by the different agency, one of them is Asian Development Bank. They are saying Nepal could lose almost 2.2% of their annual GDP due to climate change by 2050. If we continue to move ahead in the current development paradigm. And it also says that we require an investment of almost $2.4 billion of investment by 2050 to build its urban climate resilience. So this is the volume of the investment we are talking about. Next slide. So in a terms of a solution and the process, systematic process for ICLEI, ICLEI has prepared this climate resilient cities framework methodology, which is available for the cities across Asia Pacific. This is built on more than 20 years of experience working with cities and local government. It's a systematic step-by-step process on how you can prepare a climate action plan and go for the implementation with the effective and robust monitoring and evaluation framework. So this toolkit is very readily available for all of your cities, for all the municipality, all the distinguished mayors. You can kindly refer it, you can use it in your day-to-day planning. And of course, we are available at your disposal if any guidance or technical support required in implementation of this toolkit. Next slide. Another quick information, we are doing a series of training program for Nepali cities. This is a joint collaboration of ICLEI South Asia and AC Mode under the larger program called CDKN. This will be rolled out in the next month, in the month of August. It will be a 5 days program. If any cities in Nepal is interested to participate and attend this training program, kindly do reach out to us. We have provided the email IDs. There is an expression of interest form. We will send it to you, and you can kindly fill up those forms, and we will get back to you with the further details and the dates, exact dates. All right. If you go to previous slide. Yeah, so just to kickstart the session without any further delay, we have two distinguished mayors to kickstart the discussion. First, we have Honorable Mr. Mamata Prasad Chaudhary. He is a mayor of Godagidi municipality in Nepal. May I request you, sir, to kindly briefly present your thoughts. Over to you, sir. Kindly unmute yourself.
Thank you, Keshav Jha.
We can't hear you, sir. Can you check your audio, please?
What's the problem?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again, Mr. Jha, and namaste to everyone, distinguished mayors, distinguished participants. Namaste from Ghodagodi municipality. It is in Kailali. I just want to share some slides to help me share my experiences about the climate resilience and okay, I think it's some issues. Okay. Okay. The climate issues and challenges. Challenges of Nepalese cities are quite known to everyone. We are doing our best as local governments. We are trying our best to make our cities resilient about climate. So the issues about the climate issues and challenges of Nepalese cities are common, and the urban areas, the established ones, the municipalities, the cities which are already established, and the new municipalities have different issues. The metropolitan cities like Kathmandu, Birgan, they are facing the greenhouse gas emission also, and the resilience. There is problem in transportation, agriculture, and industry also. Because of the transportation, agriculture, and industry, greenhouse gas emission is high there in the big cities, but the cities like us, which are the new municipalities, we don't have this kind of issue here in our new municipalities, newer municipality, new cities, let's say. When we talk about the resilience, when we talk about resilience, we should cover the three aspects of the resilience: the observation, the adaptation, and the transformation. So we are doing better in adaptation, and we are ready to do some jobs there in transformation. So till now we are the resilience itself is a vague concept. So the municipalities like us are quite resilient about the climate change. So there are some problems. If we plan our cities, the city areas, let's say, then we can only cope with then we can become the resilient. So I want to share my screen, but there is problem.
It's okay, sir. I think you can go ahead. You can just make your speech. Since
yes, thank you. The cities should have their planned settlements. Because of the unplanned settlements in the areas of the cities or in the municipalities, especially the risk sensitive land use, there should be plan about using the risk sensitive areas, and we should have the land pooling projects, and our settlement should be very planned, so that we can have the we can cope the climate change. And we must make some framework to become the resilient for climate change adaptation. And we should change our development model. We are developing our cities, the new areas of our cities, only keeping in mind the development for only human development, for human-centered development. So we should develop our city areas or make the plans or plannings keeping in mind our planning should be whole, keeping in mind the natural wholeness. So when we say the development, we only think about the human development or the infrastructures. So because of the scattered planning, because of the scattered settlement, there is high pressure in natural resources, and we are destroying the nature. That's why we are getting very much vulnerable. Our areas are getting vulnerable, and we are letting the people settle down there in the risk zones. That's why we are losing our what to say, yes, so there are challenges, climate hazards like rainfall, flooding, and because of the haphazard development, we have climate induced hazards, and there one more problem we are facing is going to face, or the big cities, the more metropolitan cities are facing, is underground water depletion. There is no recharge in water, and underground water level is getting deeper. And we need some risk reduction infrastructures, like we need to make the safe shelters and evacuation areas, open areas. When we get the natural disasters, then only we can be the resilient one. And the problem we are facing is we have no more, the new municipalities, the new city like us have no, what to say, human resources, the trained human resources, and we are using the heavy equipments in the hill areas, so that we are destroying the nature. And we have a certain mentality that we want to convert the village areas into urban areas, but why not make the village areas quite safe and resilient to the nature, to the climate? So we need to develop the village areas very safe and planned one. But there is a strong view that villages should be converted or turned into the urban areas or the city areas. Then only we think that it is developed. So we should make the villages safe, make the villages planned. We have village areas or rustic areas, rural areas in our municipality, but they are not all urbanized. They should not all be urbanized. Then only we can be resilient. So there is unequal distribution of natural resources and squattered settlement. Because of the squatter settlement and unequal distribution of water or the health facilities, we are no more coping with the climate resilient. So up to now, we municipalities are trying our best to be resilient. We have local disaster climate resilient plans, and we are being operated by our one act, Local Government Operation Act, and our line ministry Mofaga has also made a plan or guidelines for local disaster and climate resilience plan. We are moving accordingly, and we have Environment Protection Act. There are some provisions and legal provisions and frameworks that we are practicing upon.
Sorry for the interruption, sir. Time is limited. I request you to.
Yes. I'm going to sum up, sir. So we are enforcing the building codes that we have, so that we can be resilient. We are forcing the people who are building the houses, we are forcing them to plant the trees around and in their peripheries, in their yards. So we have local adaptation plan also, LAPA, in every municipality, every urban, for every urban area. These are some of the good practices, and in field level, we are also we have to take some initiatives. Like in agriculture sector, we need to practice the zero tillation. Without tilling the ground, we can make the agriculture, and we are piloting the drought resistant varieties of agriculture, and we are commencing the rooftop agriculture, commencing the participatory plan for reduction for the risk identification and addressing. We are constructing the water reservoirs in every community forest and to promote the water recharge level. And we need the clean energy promotion plans and bioengineering in practice at different. We should practice the bioengineering in different landslide areas or different landslide prone areas, and we are piloting the water harvesting structures. So these are some of the initiatives we can start with. And concerning the COVID-19 pandemic in response, we small cities or urban new municipalities are we established the COVID hospitals, and we supported the our citizens, the COVID affected families to access the hospitals, and we established the holding centers and some shelters of quarantine at the time of pandemic.
Sorry, sir. Sorry to interrupt again. The topic of this session is only urban climate resilience. So I really appreciate all the points that you have mentioned. It's very, very important. With your permission, should we move to the next speaker, or you want to say further anything on climate change?
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, sir, for all the very important points, and especially recognizing the importance of modifying the climate development paradigm, considering the climate risk and also projections that we are seeing. And especially this is super important for new cities, the new municipality that you talked about, especially like yours, Kodagiri. So now moving on, we have another distinguished mayor from Tulsipur, some metropolitan city, Mr. Ghanshyam Pandey. May I request Mr. Pandey to kindly share your thoughts on the issues and challenges that your city is facing, and also if there's any best practices that we can learn about. Kindly limit your speech for next 7 minutes, 7, 8 minutes.
Okay. Thank you, Keshavji. Good afternoon to all, dear distinguished mayors, panel members, and participants. And I very appreciate for your this opportunity to be here and share what we are doing in our city and sharing some best practice that we are doing here. So I think as you started in the opening of this session, there is in the opening presentation, you have highlighted that some of the challenges we are facing the same as, for example, drought, there is a low intensity or high intensity of the rainfall, changing in the vegetation system because of the climate change. And there are a lot of the health issues, new health issues are coming. Basically, the children's, elderly people, and women are mostly infected from this different kind of health issues. For example, dengue, COVID that we are facing right now. And because of the high intensity of rainfall that we face, the flood issue also, landslides, and sometimes there is a low intensity of water, and there is no water recharge sometimes, that in the dry season we have a scarcity of water, and lots of the fire hazard, air pollution. These are some key challenges. Because of this, all these challenges, this has an impact on the socio-economy as well as the human behavior or animal behavior or vegetation. So these are the key challenges that we are facing in the cities. and it has a huge impact on the planning and also the impact in the development process also, and a lot of financial the responsibility has to taken to cope this situation. So these are some challenges that we are facing. That what strategy that we have taken in Tulsipur sub-metropolitan city, we had made up the long-term vision of the municipality, sub-metropolitan city by 2050, that Tulsipur will be the prosperous city. This will be for all, forever. That means this will be the sustainable city. We are not only looking the what peoples are sitting on the city right now, but we are looking the city peoples around the city, or we are aiming to provide the city services to the other citizens, other natives that we would provide for them. For example, health service, education service, economic service, employment, and that's our vision that we have created. And this is highlighting the key words for our long-term vision, that sustainable, smart, smile, sport, and the climate green cities, or smiling cities, this naturally beautiful cities that we are aiming to see Tulsipur by 2050. So with this vision, we have been doing the different initiative. One of them is Green City, Green Tulsipur, Clean Tulsipur. This is a larger campaign organized and regularly done by through private sector, civil society organization, communities, to make awareness of about the making clean city and making green cities, to promoting the green areas, promoting the open areas, and engaging people to change their behavior and reduce the waste material. And these all these things are related to this Green Tulsipur, Clean Tulsipur campaign. Secondly, that we have also promoting the community forestry in the city area, because forest is one of the most important natural resource which can help to curb the climate related issues. We have made a local forest act, and this act has emphasis given to the right to the local peoples, indigenous peoples, so that they can protect the, conserve the forest through the community forestry users groups. So the greenery has been increased both naturally, as well as also we have been promoting this family forest area, as a mayor said before, that the plantation in their private land areas also. So this is have been taken in the forestry area, and we have promoting the sustainable forest management program, so that the product from the forest come through the sustainable practices, so that this there is a much better forest, as well as the peoples will get benefit from the forest resources. Similarly, we have done lot of this rainwater harvesting systems, that we have created the man-made water dam. We have lots of the water dam, that the water reservoir, that we are collecting the water in the rainy season, and that the water dam help to recharge the groundwater system. So that's one of the key example, and it has helped to provide the water for the drinking, for the irrigation, as well as for the ecotourism also. So it has a lots of benefit that we have. One of the key program that we have run, we have been doing this, building the water dam and water services. And also we have then we are promoting the cycle in the city. People, we are encouraging the peoples use the cycle instead of motorbike, or we are encouraging the electrical to use the electrical vehicle, so that we should have the more clean cities. And Also, we are encouraging the promote the clean energy, the solar energies, and improved cooking stoves, and that activity that we are also promoting. And another strategy that we have taken that we want to promote the bioproduct instead of the industrial product, sustainable bioproduct, so that would have the local economy as well as the better utilization of the these renewable resources. That we are also promoting the farmers, our citizens to go to the more organic production and utilize the composting at the local level. So that has the increasing the bio sustainable product that we have been doing right now. And then we have also done the wider partnership with the private sector, civil society organization, education systems, and all the other nearby surrounding the municipalities, rural municipalities. We interact together and we share our ideas so that the city is a as I previous session that the internal migration and lots of issues are interconnected, so that the partnership is not doing through the international community, but also we are doing partnership with the federal government, provincial government, and the surrounding government, not only the government, cooperative, community, civil society organization, media, and other academia as well. And one of the key strategy, and we have done this strengthening the health services. We have done all the health center in the each ward, and that and also we have established the metro hospital. Through this metro hospital, we have been providing the special health care as well as the basic health care from the ward health center. That we are aiming to have the ward hospital in each ward, and we have the metro hospital at the municipal level, so that we will have the better health services. So, and then also we have been giving emphasis on the education also for the sustainability issues, what the inclusiveness and these all then the technical issues. So that these are the some issues, the key strategies and programs that helps to make our city climate resilient, so that we will prepare our citizens to fight against the climate crisis. So I think I would stop here, and if there is any burning issues or question, then I'll be here. Kesavji, I think because of the time limit, I will stop here.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sir, for your excellent inputs and talk. It shows that you really very much pointed out vision and development agenda and all the best practices that you have been taken. It act as a source of inspiration for other municipalities, especially new municipality, to also orient their development agenda looking at the green and then sustainable development goals. And also all the activity that you do, it's directly addressing the not only the national level development priorities, the NAPA, but also it directly addresses the sustainable development goals. So it shows that how we are localizing the sustainable development agenda. So I really congratulate you and thank you for your all these leadership initiative at your city municipality, Tulsipur.
Thank you, Kesavji. Thank you so much.
So now moving forward, we have a three distinguished discussion to support, engage more, have a more interactive session. First, we have Mr. Gokarna Avasti. He is a Deputy Director General in Nepalese Chamber of Commerce and Industry. May I request you, sir, to kindly share your thoughts on this topic of urban climate resilience. If there are any further local climate action that you think is more relevant and important for Nepali municipality to implement and think over it. So if you can kindly share your initial thoughts, and then we can again have a round of discussion with all the speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Zha. Thank you, Mr. Zha, and thank you, organizer, for giving me this opportunity. Let me connect my speech with the previous, session. We have almost road access to almost all the district headquarters of the country. Above 90% people have drinking water facility, even in the villages. 90% above electrification is there. Population have electricity, but still people don't want to, most of the people, they don't want to live in the villages. and they just want to come to the urban areas, not only other urban areas but also Kathmandu Valley. They want to come to Kathmandu Valley, and this is the trend. According to Nepal Labor Force Survey, rural to urban migration rate in Nepal is around 60%, 65%. It indicates that surge in urban population, but our cities are not developed in such a way to accommodate huge number of people coming from rural areas. Due to limited job opportunities and migration, slums are increasing in the major cities, and even 30 years back, the situation was not that bad. In the past 2 decades, the average urbanization rate was around 4%. Building, drainages, road, transport, water, solid waste management, electricity are the basic infrastructure of any city. If one of the given sector gets affected, it has cross-sectoral impacts. Like if electricity grids fails, it will proportionately affect water supply, healthcare, industries, transport, and many other services. If you talk about Nepal contributes less than 0.03% of the global annual emission of greenhouse gases, yet it is among those most risk of climate change countries. But yet we have no choice but to face the impact of global warming. We must take action how to mitigate the impact of climate change. Now I'd like to share that how private sector is trying to deal with the impact of climate change or urban sector development. The private sector has high investment in real estate, housing, or commercial buildings. Any type of risk related to climate change can impact on their investment and losses incurred. At FNCCI, we have Urban Development Committee, and we have plans to develop at least one livable city, I must say smart city in each of the provinces with the partnership provincial governments or the local governments. This falls under our National Economic Transformation NET 2030. In NET 2030, we have identified 10 areas, focus areas and 100 initiatives to accelerate economic growth. NET 2030 has envisioned an economy of $100 billion by 2030. Now it's around $38 billion. $100 billion by 2030, and government also has shown interest to implement NET 2030. Most probably we will have MOU with government very soon. We have been requesting to all the level of governments to encourage developing of smart climate cities where the private sectors can play a role in terms of both financially and technically. This will ensure proper management of infrastructures like roads, sanitation, solid waste management, electricity, and most importantly, design of the buildings and houses. For urban climate resilience promotion, energy efficiency should be conceptualized. Furthermore, green climate financing mechanisms should be put in place, especially for the countries like ours to motivate private sector. In FNCCI, since 2010, we are promoting energy efficiency in industries and commercial buildings. One of our features is to provide the detailed energy audits service. Till date, FNCCI has conducted more than 100 energy audits in industries and commercial buildings. Finally, I would like to connect it with the SDGs. So in SDGs, we have 479 indicators in Nepal. Nepal has identified 479 indicators, and most of them don't have even baseline data. In goal 13 and 17 also need to work on preparing baseline data. And the SDG is quite ambitious in terms of if you connect it with the goal number 7 and goal number 13. For instance, the target is to have 50% of electric public vehicle by 2030, and which is very ambitious, and 15,000 megawatt electricity by 2030. Now it is less than 1500 megawatt. So we need to rework on it, and together we can do it. And then I believe that if we work together, we can, it's not too late. Still we can fight against the impact of global climate change or impact of climate change. And finally, I'd like to request all the local government representatives, mayors and others, we private sectors are ready to join hands with you. If you have any plan, please contact with private sector. They have technology, they have finance, and they can work together with you to develop good cities, livable cities. And let's also think about smart villages, not only smart cities. Thank you very much. If there will be any questions, I'll be happy to answer. This was for now. I think we have time limitations, so thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Visti, for your excellent inputs and remarks. And of course, we all understand the importance, how important it is to involve the private sector and corporate contribution in terms of fulfilling the national agenda and also development agenda, but also the sustainable development goals. And the work that FNCCI is doing is commendable for all the work that you're doing, facilitating the private sector involvement in the sustainable development agenda. It's a big achievement, and I congratulate FNCCI for your leadership and strong commitment on this endeavor. So now moving forward, we have a senior architect from RG Design and Engineering, Ms. Garima Nakarmi. May I request you, ma'am, to kindly open your slides, and then we can have a quick discussion. Thank you.
Okay, can I change my slide by myself? Can I share my slides?
Yes, ma'am, you can share yours.
Okay, let me just.
Just only point, please be brief because we have a limited time, already delay. Yeah.
So sorry. So is it visible, the slides?
Yes, ma'am, we can see your screen.
Okay, thank you so much, the organizing team and everyone present here. I'm Garima Nakarmi. I've been working as an architect in Nepal for like a decade, about a decade now. So I'm working on the private sector. So I just want to highlight the point on the building policies that has been discussed by Awasthi sir as well, that building policies for a smart city in every state, every province, or how urban policy or building bylaws could change an urban form for climate resilience. So basically, we are talking about the floor area ratio, which is used in Nepal for determining the height of the building, the allowable height of the building. So floor area ratio is the gross floor area by the allowable area given by our municipalities. So what are we limiting our height is by using the sun angle. So we have been talking in previous session about the migration, the congestion, and the density of the Kathmandu Valley. And as per obviously, sir has already said that congestion is amount in the Kathmandu. That's the trend. So at the Kathmandu, the increasing the building height has been our quick alternatives or quick solution for accommodating the high congestion and the density. But is it the climate resilience is our main query, and it seems like it is not. So we are degrading our society by unhygienic social environment, unhygienic open spaces, and no solar access to our building and open spaces. So major drawback of our urban policies, the research has found out that building height limitation in our national building policies is with the sun angle of 63.5 degree, which is not feasible in winter solar, which is the sun, where the sun angle is 24 degree. So this shows that the building height that follows the light plane concept would not have been able to ensure solar access when required the most. So maybe we need to rethink about the urban policy and urban building form to develop in more further smart society, energy efficient society, because as we decrease the solar access to the building and open spaces, we are just adding up the energy cost, operation cost to our society. Furthermore, the Kathmandu has revised its bylaws in 2018 by increasing the building height to accommodate the increasing density. But research has found out that Kathmandu is economically optimum with the 500 person per hectare, but already we have, however, 1,000 per person per hectare. So what can we do? Maybe we need to think about the alternative with the satellite cities, decentralizing the cities, or contextual planning. We cannot use the policies of Kathmandu to every context. Maybe we need to decentralize the thoughts. So summing up how our mayor have spoke about the bylaws and their challenges, tackling about the climate resilience techniques in their municipality. I just want to point out few discussion topics. Maybe we couldn't answer everything right now, but we could thought for the how we can do now, rethink about the policy. And again, agreeing with the Avesti sir, we private sector are always there to help and to be an aid to the government for any policy making. Maybe we could firstly think about what are the challenges you are facing in the ground level. How can you not still amend and implement the challenges, and how can as a practitioner or a researchers could be the help for you, so that we could further discuss and research about it. Mm, I want to keep the examples for here, because as per the climate change, we need to think about the open spaces, green spaces. We have already discussed the temperature is been rising by 0.6 degree per annum in Kathmandu or in Nepal. So with respect to this data, recently this Koteshwar to Kalanki highway was expanded for the 50-meter highway, but that has no buffer zone, no green spaces, and no trees. Plus, the trees were cut down. And as a resident of the Koteshwar, I could feel that the urban heat is changing and the temperature is rising annually. From last year, I could feel the temperature has been changes every summer. So maybe how can we address in the total urban form about the green spaces and the open spaces that we need? Also, if there are any good practices and initiative that has been going on, just so our mayor from the Tulsipur, he highlighted about the Forest Act. Maybe Forest Act and open spaces that you have discussed, come up with the transparency, come up with the other provinces that could learn from there and implement contextually. And talking about, I'm also personally curious about the environmental assessment that has been doing, and that's our criteria to approve any project. For example, Nisgad Airport has been a burning issue in our context. So because the Nisgad Airport, the proposed site is at the midst of the wildlife reserve, wildlife conservation. So is it feasible to see the economic aspect or socio-economic aspect and neglect the habitat of the wildlife? Also, I want to put the fact that the Gautam Buddha Stadium that has been constructed in Chitwan, it was the pathway of the site was the pathway of the wildlife, and I have personally seen how the elephants and rhino has been destructing the built area and destructing the built boundary line of it. So isn't it we are generating a conflict between wildlife habitat and human habitat? So again, addressing the point how our Chaudhary sir had mentioned that the climate resilience policies should be for the all. We shouldn't be a human-centric development. We are living in a heterogeneous society, and also Nepal is one of the richest countries for the forest and the wildlife. So we need to incorporate such policies for heterogeneous habitat. So summing up, I would just propose that practitioner and researcher are always upfront to help to amend the policies. So how can we reach and how can you approach to this processes? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Garima, for your excellent point on building energy efficiency, which is a strong demand side management for climate change mitigation for all of our cities. May I request Honorable Mr. Chaudhary and Mr. Pandey, do you want to respond to any of those questions? Garima, can you share your screen so maybe we can have a discussion with the mayors?
Yeah.
Honorable mayors, would you like to respond to any of these questions?
Yeah, I think, Kesavji, yeah. So thank you, Garimaji. Yeah, you have highlighted the building code system. So yeah, it has to be reviewed. And I think for the building code, we have a problem that we have the national building code systems that we have to develop the local level building code as well. So there is The national building code is universal for the Nepal. So in the same time, how we could develop the building code at the municipal level, at the local level also, what we are doing in the Tulsipur, I think there has to be a lot of correction necessary to change. But one of the key points that you have read the issue of this airport, international airport issues. Actually, I have been working since long time in the forestry sector, and in Nepal we have the 45% of the total forest total area, which is a huge amount. But we can, in compared to India, India has a less than 4% of the total area of India has only 4%, less than 4% of the country's area under the forest. But there is a lot of debate is coming around the Nisgat International Airport. But we have to see the balancing in three ways: economic, environment, and social issues. But what I have seen, the most issues coming in the environmental side. But we have to consider, we have to think some way on that. But you see, because of the community forestry in Nepal, we have increased the 6% of the land area. But what we achieve the green area, but our economy is going worse and worse. And how we can do better economy, better sustainable development, that balancing the economy, environment, and social issues. So I have been worried about there are some NGOs are highlighting only the environmental issues and forgetting the social and cultural rights, economic rights. Also, I think this is being a fancy idea. So that's my remarks on that point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pandey, for
Thank
the
you, sir.
reflection. Yeah, can we have also Mr. Pandey, no, Mr. Chaudhary, Mr. Mamta Prasad, so would you like to reflect on any of these questions with respect to your municipality?
Thank you, sir. In our municipality, we have almost 70% areas covered with the forest area, and including the forest area, we have the community forest areas, and I think the situation is quite different from the other urban areas or other municipalities compared to ours. So as per the building bylaws, we are enforcing, we are applying the national building codes, and we are amending the national bylaws act and applying our own also. So there is no big issue of environment and the climate resiliency in our municipality. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your remarks. Again, now moving forward, we have Dr. Buju, Dr. Dinesh Raj Buju. He is a General Secretary in Himalaya Foundation. May I request you, sir, to kindly take the floor, and you can kindly reflect upon and share some ideas on the urban climate resilience topic.
Thank you. Namaste to everyone. Thank you, KASpaces, and thanks to the organizer. It's my great pleasure to be a part of this KASpaces initiative. As KASpaces has highlighted the issues and also the challenges with respect to climate change, I'm directly going to the impacts of climate change as I see as a research scientist. By profession, I'm a teacher of climate change adaptation, and I conduct researches on climate change. So going to the impact of the climate change, in general, the impacts are not much different what we see in other parts of the world. the climate change is leading to the problems such as, number one, drought. In the cities of Nepal is the water scarcity. The second is forest fire. The forests are though away from the cities, but the air pollution it brings is very, very dangerous and serious in last few decades. For instance, in recently, we had forest fire in more than 60 districts out of 77 in Nepal. And there was a huge hazy moment, hazy atmosphere for a whole month in the winter, very recently. And the third impact is the landslide and flooding in the city areas. It's mainly because of the poor drainage and unplanned development, and when you have the rainfall and you have the flood. And fourthly, which we are still waiting, that is the epidemics. Though we have pandemic now, it's a bit different, but we are expecting some epidemics, like the tropical diseases and waterborne diseases. Secondly, coming to the good practices and initiatives, which have already been highlighted by the mayors of Godagodi, Tulsipur, and others. There are some examples from Elam also, which is a tea town and which has developed the green city strategy in last 2012. And also there are examples from Timi municipality, which is collecting the waste and converting it into the money actually. They are making something around 30 million rupees a year from the West. And similarly, there is Walling, which has already applied the smart Walling mobile application. And we have this Bhaktapur, where I come from, the municipality is operating educational system, educational institutions, and producing hundreds of engineers, architects, environmental scientists, and many others every year. However, compared to the magnitude of the problems that we are facing because of the climate change, our initiatives are still little, I would say. And talking to the specific methodology and the framework for integrating climate action in the cities, I think Nepal has at least 3 policy level proposals or policy level documents already. The number one is the LAPA, which is Local Adaptation Plan of Action, which was produced in 2011. And it aims at integrating the climate adaptation activities into local and national development planning processes and to create a situation for climate resilient development. It was, I would say, a homegrown kind of plan of action. This is still very relevant to Nepal, I would say. Until date, we have already produced more than 1,000 LAPA, local adaptation plan of actions in Nepal, and many more we have to produce. And second is the climate change policy itself. We have this recently revisited, recently revised one, whose objective, one of the objectives is to build resilience of ecosystems that are at risk of adverse impact of climate change. And third, which was mentioned in this morning session, that is the EFLG, Environmental Friendly Local Governance, which has identified basic indicators, advanced indicators, and special indicators. This is also a very, very beautiful document that we can still apply. And finally, how local climate action in Nepal is shaping in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic. Recently, we had a study carried out involving more than 600 experts around the world. The topic was to study the impact of COVID-19 on the Sustainable Development Goals of Nepal. And out of these 16, because one is omitted by Nepal, that is the marine one, out of the 16 SDGs, the COVID-19, we have found impact negative on at least 6 or 7, including the cities and settlement, that is the SDG 11, and also the climate change, that is the SDG 13. And nevertheless, this COVID-19 has also brought some opportunities for us. The pandemic has also opened a short-lived and narrow window of opportunity for sustainable transformation, I would say. The transformative opportunities which we found are the lessons learned for planning and actions, socioeconomic recovery plan, and use of information and communication technologies and the digital economy, and also the reverse migration, that is the brain drain. And also some of the municipalities has already started the PCR lab to address the problem of COVID-19 diagnosis. It's a very, very welcoming steps actually. And finally, how a city can be a resilient city. In my understanding, I would say 4 points are there. Number one, understanding climate change as an emergency. My dear mayors and the participants, let's understand, let's take climate change not as a chance, but as an emergency. Climate change is no more a chance, it is but climate emergency. And the impacts, especially in Nepal, vary among geography, vary among the communities. And secondly, Nepal's municipalities are very powerful governments, I would say. They are powered by the constitution. Though I have heard what Bijeji this morning, the Honorable Mayor of Birganj has said something about it, but I would say, Mayor Saab, our constitution has given you a very, very big powers. And for this, we as citizens should support your activities, while the mayors and the municipalities should work in tandem with the people's aspiration. That's all. You are powerful, I would say. And thirdly, the city problems are best understood if we look at the city services, not the problems, but what service we are providing, what the service the cities are providing. Let's identify the city services offered by the cities, identify who are the service providers. They are mostly low-income people, and then plan accordingly. And let's not forget the ecosystem services, for which we have to rely on the nature-based solutions. And finally, fourth, that is the investment. My dear Mayor Saabs, you have to invest on the future. What do you mean by on the future? In my definition, the future is the young generation who are to face the brunt of climate change. So the best investment is on the future. On the future means the young generation, on their education, and on their employment. I think these are some of my humble opinion regarding how a city can be resilient. Thank you, Keshavji, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dinesh, for your very important and useful points, very concrete point-to-point explanations. And indeed, we are all into the climate emergency, and this is the time that we have to all collaborate and work together and take implementation for the transformative actions towards a climate resilient future. So thank you very much, Dr. Dinesh, and all the speakers. May I request if there's any questions or feedback or from the participants, from the attendees, kindly feel free to unmute yourself, or you can also use the chat function. You can put your questions and any of our speakers will respond to that. If there is any. Yes, we have Honorable Mayor, Mr. Vijay. Could you please say?
Sorry to interrupt again. What we are practicing right now, looking at the SDG goals, we have our sewer treatment plant, we have our landfill site with managing the biodegradable waste into fertilizer, organic fertilizer. We have a biogas plant, we are going to build that also. We have already constructed medical waste management system also, where we disinfect all the medical waste. And we are talking about green plantation also. We are going to plant 80,000 trees this year. And we are also encouraging greenhouses in our building code, and we are giving them facility by deducting the charges what we take for the approval of the maps. And also we are also planning to use river water through a reservoir, so that we are less dependent in the groundwater. and we can also recharge the groundwater. These are all things that we are taking away, and we are also studying. We have started a studying on industrial impact, whatever the industrial impact is there in the environment, with the help of Tribhuvan University. The whole team is there, and we are only worried for the boiler burning husks. The husk, which rice husk is burned in boilers, that we are worried for. And Birganj is, a big trading center also, and big business hub also. 60 to 70% import export is done from this place. We are worried for our environment, which is, always damaged by the emissions which is coming out from the 2,500 vehicles every day. And also we want to maintain our ecosystem also. Whatever approvals we give, the ecosystem is maintained or not, that we want to do, but in lack of technology, in lack of, resource, we are also in a big problem with that also. And the flood reduction is our motto also, because all the water coming from the north is going to south, and it goes through our rivers. And there is always, huge destruction due to two of our rivers, which we have asked the government to help out, because those can't be done by the municipality itself. We can contribute something from our side. These are the initiative what we are taking for cleaners, and we are also worried for this electronic waste also. This we can't manage without having proper management system. Everyone knows, and like this, we have lots of things to tell, but there is a time limitations. We'll talk in another session or another time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Mayor. What I can propose an idea for everybody, for all the speakers and discussion and also participant, if there's anything that you feel that would be benefit for other participants, for other people to learn about from your experience and your achievements, please feel free to share any kind of document or resource material with us, and we'll be very happy to include it into the webinar report, because eventually we are planning to prepare a webinar outcome report, and there we, as an annexure, we'll add those documents for the benefit of all the participants as a learning resource material. So please feel free to share any report or resource material to us. We'll be very happy to include it. We have also from the attendees, Ms. Anju Bhandari. May I request you, ma'am, to unmute and ask your question. Miss Anju, can you?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Do you have any question or feedback for the session?
Thank you, sir.
I think it's she's facing some problem. We have another participant, Miss Pooja. Ma'am, may I request you to kindly unmute and ask your question to the panelist? I think it's okay. Mr. Binod Rai, would you like to share your question or feedback? I think they are not available. It's okay. On behalf of the organizing committee from Conrad Andrew Foundation and ICLEI South Asia, and of course with the local partner MUAN, Municipal Association of Nepal, I would like to thank all the distinguished mayors and the speakers and discussion for all the sessions and for this particular session. With this, we are already very much delayed into the workshop. We move into the next session, which is another very, very important session on the sustainable urban transport. May I now request Mr. Ashish Rao Ghorpade to take over this session. Over to you, Ashish. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Keshav. Yes, thanks for the handover. We are starting the technical session 3 and focusing within this session on sustainable urban transport. I'd like to acknowledge all the speakers and discussants for this session, inviting them. Firstly, we have with us Mr. Ashok Kumar Byanjuji, who's the Honorable Mayor of Dhulikhel Municipality. We also have with us Ms. Sarita Shresthaji, who's the former Joint Secretary of the Ministry of Urban Development and Architect and Planner as speakers. For this session, we also have two discussants with us, Mr. Bhushan Tuladhar, who's the board member of Sajha Yatayat, and Mr. Daya Sagar Shrestha, who's the chairperson of Campaign for Sustainable Development. I welcome you all, and before I invite you to share your thoughts, I'd like to just underline that we started today on a good note from speakers in the opening session, wherein Dr. Kanal and Mr. Kalanadi also mentioned about the importance of access and efficient transport for Nepal. We also had some of the later speakers talk about how transport is very important as providing access, but also in terms of just being able to move people and goods in the country within cities. So this is interesting. If I can have the next slide, please. So based on some of the information that we are able to look at available through already documented sources, we see that there are a number of issues that are being faced by cities in Nepal. And a lot of these issues were pointed out by speakers who spoke in the urban development and migration session, as well as the resilience session. So of course, congestion is an issue, parking is an issue, transport services could improve further, road space is being increasingly saturated. We are seeing a large number of private vehicles being procured, which is not only adding to the congestion, but also impacting air quality. And so these are all issues that require attention. And we also heard about some of the measures, some of the initial steps that are being taken, but we hope to hear from you on how this is really happening in your cities. What are the steps that are being taken? Whether there are any good initiatives, if there are challenges that you would like to share with us, and if there are any good examples that you would like to learn from as organizers of this webinar. We'd like to know more about this so that we are able to, as an ongoing effort, try to see how we support these areas as well. So I stop here. In the interest of time, we are already running, I think, late. I'd like to invite the Honorable Mayor of Dhulikhel Municipality, Mr. Ashok Anju, to please share his thoughts. Ashok, sir.
Thank you so much, Ashish. Warm greetings and namaste to all mayors and deputy mayors and participants and the speakers. I'm very happy to participate in this event. Still now, Nepal, a relatively small country between China and India, and with a largely mountainous topography, with a small plant area in the southern part, in one of the fastest urbanizing countries in South Asia. Now, in Nepal, Nepal's government and the three types of the government are working jointly to different types of activities. Especially in Nepal, has a predominating economic and rural social culture outlook and historical little expressed in the rational organization of the human settlement and economic activities. The very idea that the government is to support people on the regular basis for social security and health, education and environment service, or in time to need such a thought medical aid and disaster responsibility. Now discussing about the Dhulikhel, almost 346.1 kilometers of the road existing within the municipality, including 2 strategic roads, 2 feeder road and 6 district roads. within a municipality working in the most dominant mode of transport due to the lack of footpath and proper vehicle infrastructure. Now, in our Dholikhel municipality, to promoting our activities relative of the transportation. First of all, we have already prepared the municipal transport management plan, consulting and coordinating respective expert stakeholders will making the transportation articulated in the city, new urban transportation policy, strategy focus and road safety and the road sustainable in considering as a great concern, proper budget allocation, various act has been already made for proper management, roads, bus park management, promoting the electric bus and set up the charging station in under construction phase, coordinating with local and related stakeholders in the subject to connect each other ward with a center of Dholikhel city and also for sustainability upgrading current road. Now we have a lot of challenges, especially urban transportation sector, not only in my city, along our country also. Rapidly urbanization, unclear and in considering policy, disaster risk and the environment vulnerability, informal settlement and slum quality size, poor public transportation, informal economy in rural area, repeat increasing the private vehicles, increasing mobility, demand, economic and social activities. Now, in municipality and our transportation in Nepalese cities and which cities you look of the model when we come to the sustainable transportation. In general, national level transportation is demanded by road network development, however, in remote district area. And the strategy of the transportation development, government of Nepal focusing the connecting the border and neighboring country, district to district level, province to province level, and the city to city level roads. But in Nepal, government implementing the new constitutions. The constitution is providing the right, a single right, national government, provincial government, and the local government, different type of the road responsibility. Like central government is working the national highway and national transportation system and policy. Provincial government is working the provincial level roads and provincial level policies, and municipal level is municipality is working the municipal level roads and the municipal level policy and strategic plan. This is the very good decentralization process of the local government and provincial government and the central government to working the different type of the activities. That is the most important things after promulgating the constitution. Still now, our municipality is working the economically effective transportation and sustainable transportation system. That is the most important things. And how to develop road and safety activities. But municipality have a lot of roads And basically, Nepalese municipality is not only core area. We have a lot of villages also, including the urban area. That was our transportation system and our road management system is very poor. Now, after promulgating our constitution, providing the single right of the roads sector, three type of the government, then we are trying to manage the best activities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashok sir. I think this was very useful to hear from you, and I think the point that you made about now getting the right to control and improve the transport sector and starting to contribute to it actively is very well appreciated. I think this is something that is true for local governments across South Asia, that transport has not been something that they've been looking at, but with the challenges increasing, with the congestion and focus that we see on public transport, that's something that local governments have started to focus on, and that's very encouraging and positive. The thing that we are aiming for is that this improves as time goes by. So thank you for your thoughts, sir. We will come back to you if we have any more questions or reactions. I'd like to now invite Ms. Sarita Shrestha for kindly sharing her thoughts and points. Sarita ma'am, you're welcome.
Namaste to everyone. Thanks to the organizer for this opportunity. I would like to share my slides. So is it okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So this is the first slide. It shows the concentration of municipalities along the middle highways and along the east-west highways and also the postal highways. Most of the municipality is concentrated on south eastern side of the Nepal. Within the short period of time, around 6 years from 2011 to 2017, a large number of municipalities have been created, giving more emphasis on the role of population size rather than other criteria such as density and economic structure. So in this way, 62%, more than 62% municipal population are there in Nepal. This slide shows the travel mode of sharing of Kathmandu Valley on the left and mode of movement in Kathmandu city in 1992 on the right side. So these figures shows the 50 figure on the right side shows the 50% of the mode of movement is on foot, whereas coming to the 2011, it is 40.7. So it decreased, but dominant is walking. The travel mode share of Kathmandu Valley is walking. And these two figures exactly did not represent other part of the cities, but the trend that we have represent still valid to other emerging cities. As we have heard that from the mayor of Birganj city, 70% of area of metropolitan city, Birganj metropolitan city is of rural character. So I am having problem to change my slide. Okay. Regarding the issues and challenges of urban transport, I have listed out some of the issues. Let's say one is very important issue is low road density. Normally average road density is, as a standard, is more than 30 kilometer per square kilometer. But in the case of Nepal, it is only 3.26 kilometer per square kilometer. So we are lacking behind in the road density. And even in Kathmandu city, it is only 19.15 kilometer. And due to which the low road density has resulted in providing, as we are thinking, greeneries and street furnitures and other amenities that require for the well facility road. In the same way, the construction quality and maintenance of the road is not very good. These are the few issues I have listed here, but I'll come to the point where I have written that project-based development approach. These all issues are resulted in a very big challenge that if you wanted to go from A point to B point in municipality or Kathmandu city, you have to rethink twice or thrice how I can reach that place by affordable price, on time, and without any hassle. So anywhere, even in Pokhara, the tourist city that we call Pokhara, even there we have to think twice or thrice how I can reach from A point to B. So it is not easy. This is the situation that we have today in metropolitan, sub-metropolitan cities, not considering other emerging municipalities. So this is because of we are doing project-based development approach, not holistic and integrated development approach. Regarding the group practices and initiative on urban transport, we have a number of good practices and initiatives on urban transport. We heard from Tulsi municipalities and other mayors that they are doing a lot regarding urban transport. Even the mayor from Birganj municipalities, he told that he's trying to connect each ward at least with one lane of urban transport. See how the situation is. But regardless of that, we are doing a lot of good practices, initiatives, but that is not very enough still. So I want to highlight here the Saja Yatat that is reintroduced in 2013 with the improved version. Saja Yatat was stopped before and it is reintroduced again. And I want to highlight the three-wheeler Safa Tempo that is made here in Kathmandu, Nepal, locally made, and it provides almost 100,000 commuters every day. I am telling about normal situation, not COVID situation. and provides environmental friendly mobility for city commuters. This is the best three-wheeler mode of transport that we have. And there is one place policy acts and regulation, and we have Nepal Urban Road Standard 2076 on place. And we do have now Department of Railways, and also there is a agency related to waterways too. But I want to highlight here the Nepal Cycle Society, very actively working with municipalities and having networking with the number of other society and agencies. And they have implemented dedicated cycle lane, bicycle lane in Lalitpur municipalities. Regarding how Nepalese city is evolving in the context of COVID-19 pandemic. So I have listed out the situation that we are today post-COVID situation. At the moment, all types of vehicle reduced to ply due to work from home culture developed. I was in the Ministry of Urban Development, and I never thought that this home culture will be developed in Nepal, because I have initiated for flexible working hour for women in the Department of Urban Development and Building Construction. But we didn't succeed. Today it is because of COVID. The good part is we can have work from home culture now. And similarly, e-learning was there in the education system, but it is enhanced now. And now it is all the education system is fully running on this online mode of education. At the moment, most of the people prefer to walk and bike or take three-wheeler or taxi, three-wheeler like Safa Tempo, local Tempo, mostly low occupant mode of transport because of exposure risks in the public transport. And they really hesitant riding buses, big buses, and reduce travel as much as possible. As a result, there is a underutilized public asset. Due to this situation, public transportation is not utilized, and a study done by Nepal Institute for Urban and Regional Studies, NIRS, in March 2021, recommended that the transport entrepreneurs should be supported by the government with special incentive packages. Otherwise, this sector will be not revised on time, because at the moment they are having a lot of bargaining with the government, and they are having at least good incentive from the government. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarita ma'am. I think this was a very interesting overview of how the transport situation in cities in Nepal is. It was very useful to see the examples and the numbers. I think, gives us a very good understanding of how things are. I was just wondering, would you be aware if we have a sense of how many in numbers total EV three-wheelers are there in Nepal operating? Does the government or does any research study have that number?
It is 600 around.
Wow. Okay. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you, ma'am. I think we would move on, and I'd like to now invite Mr. Bhushan Tuladar, who's the board member of Sajha Yatayat, to kindly share his thoughts.
Thank you, Ashish, and thank you to all the participants, respected mayors. It's a pleasure to speak to you. And I see that even after 3 hours, we still have more than 100 participants online, which is wonderful. But as we've been here for quite some time, I think I decided to share a few pictures instead of just me speaking. That might be more interesting. And what I want to do is the issues part. I think Sarita ji and Mayor Bianju has put forward quite well. In fact, all the other participants as well. When we talked about migration, we talked about how transportation is important to manage that whole migration process and demographic shift and so on. So I think these issues have come. But I think when we talk about, yes, the problem is congestion, the problem is air pollution and so on. But in a way, these are not problems as such. These are symptoms of a more underlying problem or issue that we need to talk about. And that's what I wanted to talk about. So I'll just share my screen if it is okay with you. And let's see if I can, please let me know if this comes through. Is it there?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay. All right. Now, first issue I think is we need to think transport systems and not just roads. Mayor Bianju talked about municipal transport management plans that he has developed, and many municipalities have developed transport management plans, which is great. But if you look at these plans, a lot of them are about roads, connecting point A to point B with road. Do we put a big road, small road, etc.? Road is part of a transportation system, a very important part, but not all of it. Okay. Now, if you look at this picture, this is from a place in Kathmandu called Chabel. This road was expanded from a 2-lane road to a 4-lane road about 15, 16 years ago. Okay. What do we get? Well, we got a nice 4-lane road. But what we forget is the pedestrian. 40% of the trips in Kathmandu is on foot. And when we forget the pedestrian, this is what we get, right? Even this little obstruction on the sidewalk is not cared for. Therefore, what happens is, because of that little obstruction, when one person is in the sidewalk, the next person has to go on the road. The bicycle has to go in a lane, in a lane of the road. And if you look carefully in that picture, there is this one part of that road which is of a different color than the others. Okay, the part next to the sidewalk actually has more dust, which means it is not even being reused. It is the most unsafe and expensive sidewalk. So think transport system, walking, cycling, public transport. How do we can integrate that into a municipal system? Second, when we talk about roads, we often think about cars. We design roads for cars. There's a difference between road and street. In urban areas, we should be designing streets for people. This is a prime example. 8-lane road built in Kathmandu recently. This is, in fact, another participant talked about it earlier, the ring road, which is expanded from 2 lanes to 8 lanes. Well, what happened? All 8 lanes given to cars, and this drain cover used as a sidewalk. What happens? This old lady that is walking with a stick is afraid that the stick will get stuck in that holes of the drain cover, so she prefers to walk on the street. When a bus comes, she will go to the sidewalk and put one foot on the sidewalk, and the one bus leaves again, she's back on the street. If we want to design our transport system, we need to design our transport system for people, not cars. Cars is a means of transport. People-centric transport system is essential. Okay, look at that, crossing in front. How do you think that old lady will cross that? Climb all those stairs, cross 8 lanes, and get there? She won't. She'll just go directly onto the street, putting her life in danger and others as well. So, Enrique Peñalosa, the previous mayor of Bogota, put it very well. He said the depth of democracy in a city can be measured by the width of footpath or width of sidewalk. If you want to see how democratic a city is, how equity a city government provides, measure the width of a footpath. And it's not just footpath. For pedestrians, you need sidewalks, you need pedestrian crossing, pedestrian refugee islands, lighting, seating, a lot of things. There are 16 things on these slides. I don't want to go into details, but this is what we need to look at. We had this in Kathmandu earlier, right? Kathmandu was designed for walking, but we got all these motorcycles, and here you don't see it, but a lot of cars in it as well. And that causes problems. Get rid of the cars. The solutions will appear. This is our neighboring country, India, Gangtok. And now even in Delhi, I hear they're doing it in Chandni Chowk, they're doing it in Karol Bagh, in a lot of places. We can learn from that. If they can do it in Chandni Chowk, surely we can do it in, New Road, or Rasan, or so on. It can be beautiful and it can be economically vibrant. And not just Kathmandu. We can do it in Maistan, in Birgans. We can do it lakeside in Pokhara. There are many places where this can happen. And as I said, people often talk about multi-story parking for cars and so on. How about parking for people? In the traditional town, we had it. This is what we call a palcha. This picture I took in Bhaktapur, where you see an elderly lady talking to an elderly gentleman, another person just sitting in the sun, taking some, sun, disabled person with disability, reading the newspaper. This is what brings cities to life. Street in a city is not for cars to travel. Street in a city is for citizens to experience the city. The liveliness, the activities in a city, that is what the street is for. That's why we have in our street our festivals. We celebrate our festivals. We have, of course, we have transportation happening as well, but that's just one of the functions. And when we don't do that, what do we get? This lady going into a sewer pipe so that to avoid the sun, these two gentlemen sitting in where a garbage bin used to be put, and you see the other side of the street next to this huge wall of the American Embassy. People are trying to find some shade, and ultimately it changes people's mode of transport. We used to have 53% people walking. That has gone down to almost 40%. But still, we have 40%. That is the main mode of transport. You need to cater to that mode of transport. And cycling. This is another quote from Jan Gehl, a very famous architect from Denmark. If you come to a city and see many people, many children, it's sure a sign of city quality. Our city should be designed for everybody. Your children, unfortunately, on the picture on the right is from Kathmandu, where our children are forced to bicycle on their roof because they don't have any much safe places to cycle. And if you provide the space, people will come. This is the most posh street in Kathmandu, Darbar Marg, in front of a 5-star hotel, Hotel Annapurna. Some cycle activists, they took one parking spot and put 10 parking spots for cycles. And guess what? A scrap dealer came and parked their bicycle there. That is equity. When a scrap dealer's bicycle finds a spot in the city street next to the Mercedes-Benz. And look at the vegetable vendor. He deserves a space in that as well. Again, Enrique Peñalosa put it very well when he said, a cycle lane is a symbol that shows a citizen on a $30 bicycle is equally important to a citizen on a $30,000 car. Streets define social equity. Very important. Another, look at this picture. This is a Saja bus where I work. 80 people ride on that Saja bus. That same space in a motorcycle, only 3 people. Prioritized buses because we don't have space. Saritaji talked about earlier about how we have the road density is very low. Yes, the road density is very low. Then we have to see what is the most efficient use of the space. Well, look at that. Private car is the least efficient use of space. Mixed traffic after that. After that is bicycles. Then you get the transit lanes, sidewalks. Even during COVID, what has COVID done? Two things. One, it has restricted our movements because of lockdowns and so on. Second, it has restricted the space. So every time you go out, because of social distance requirements, you need to put 2 meter space, which means that if you give space to the least efficient mode of transport, you're not going to end up with space. Because of COVID, you need to promote walking and cycling and public transport more, and good public transport, not the crowded type. And of course, electric vehicles. This electric vehicle was launched 5 years ago. Unfortunately, sorry, not 5 years ago. It was 3 years ago. Unfortunately, it hasn't come to operation yet. But in Saza Yatat, we have called for tenders for 40 buses. We've received 9 tenders. We're going to be awarding the tender soon. So hopefully, we can promote public transport, which is important in several ways. One, it reduces emission. Two, it makes public transportation systems more sustainable, because the operating cost of a electric bus is much lower. The investment cost is higher, but the operating cost is much lower. So that is where we need to head towards. And finally, I like to just end up with a good example shown by a city. This is the city of Lalitpur, which painted bicycle lanes. Although the central government told the mayor, no, you can't do it, the mayor went ahead and did it in consultation with Nepal Cyclist Society, as Sarita did before. And then what is important about this picture is that then the central government came and paved the street. The bicycle lane was gone. The mayor last week paved it back, painted it back again. That is perseverance, that is vision, that is action. Local levels are delivering. We want more from him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bhushan sir. I think this was very interesting. I wonder if you want to share a little bit about the public transport system. We were expecting to hear more about Saza Yatat bus service, but this was very inspiring and I think eye-opening in the sense telling us what are interesting things happening in Nepal, in few cities, and very interesting. But I just wanted to ask you if it was possible.
I can try and do that in the next minute or so. I mean, sure. With the limitation of time. Sure. Public transportation right now is very chaotic, right? Why is it chaotic? One is institutional issue. It's called public transportation, but it's all private investment in it. Government investment is next to nothing, right? It's all private sector investment in public transport, and government monitoring is also very low. When you do that, two things. One, there's investment coming, which is good, and lots of investment private sector has put in. But in the absence of good monitoring, of course, the private sector is going to try and make some money out of it, and then the service is very poor. So what Saza Yatat has done is Saza Yatat came in as a hybrid, right? So we are not a government agency, but majority of our shares are owned by government. So there are three things we tried to do when we started our operations. I mean, Saza Yatat is 60 years old, but it stopped in between because of a lot of government interference and so on. Now we brought it back. Now it's a cooperative, right? Which means I am partly owner of Saza Yatat. And then I fight elections. I got into the board. The government is the owner. City of Lalitpur is the owner. City of Kathmandu is an owner, and so on. Right? So this hybrid model is important. When the government does it, it doesn't work. When the private sector does it also, just private sector, it's difficult. So you need something that brings them together. And that's why we said in an institutional model of Saza Yatat, we'd like to get the municipalities on board. Therefore, now after 5 years of efforts, Lalitpur is a member, Kathmandu is a member, Godavari is a member, Mahalakshmi is a member, and so on. Okay, so institutional reform is one thing. Second is the hardware. The buses have to be comfortable. The buses have to be environment friendly. If they aren't, then people aren't going to ride it. So we went for, Euro 3 buses when the law was only for Euro 1. We went for Euro 4 when the law went to Euro 3. So we're just trying to go one step ahead. Now we've said that we're going to go for electric. We have ordered electric buses. They're on the way. Well, not ordered. We put out tenders for it. We basically said now we're not going to invest any more on diesel vehicles. By 2025, we have to go all electric. Okay, and we think we can. We just need some support from the government in that initial investment. And as I said before, the reason to go electric partly is environment, but the other big part is to sustain ourselves as a public transport authority. We need to operate in a sustainable manner And this will allow us to do that. So therefore, that is what we're doing it. And the third thing we need to look at, first is institutional, second is the hardware, the buses, the third is the software, the service, right? This is public transportation service to the people. That is very important, just like public health, just like public education. This is a public service that should be supported by the government, but it should also run efficiently and effectively, and that's where we're focusing on. Still a long way to go. Still, there's a lot of room for improvement, but we hope to receive support from our riders as well as particularly the municipal governments. We're looking at support, and they have been very coming forward with the support, and we appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bhushan sir. I think this was very interesting and very good to know about the efforts. And I think we've got comments also from a fellow panelists saying that the way you highlight that cities are for people is very useful and is very encouraging. So thank you for this. And if we have any more questions, we'll pick them up as we go on. I'd like to now invite our last speaker for the time being, Mr. Daya Sagar Shrestha, who's the chair of Campaign for Sustainable Development. I'd like to invite you to share your thoughts, sir. Daya sir.
Thank you, Ashish ji. First of all, let me introduce very briefly. My name is Daya Sagar Shrestha. I am chairperson of National Campaign for Sustainable Development, and this organization is also working as focal organization at Asia Pacific Regional CSO Engagement Mechanism. And our organization is the focal point or focal organization of South Asia. And our organization is also contributing as a secretariat of SDG National Network Nepal, which is the common platform of civil society organization working on SDG agenda. And last year there was the review of progress of sustainable development goal in our country, and we also directly participated in that process, in government process. And on behalf of civil society organizations, we also reviewed the progress of sustainable development goals. And at that time, we also reviewed the goal 11, goal 11. And definitely goal 11 is not, it cannot be reviewed in silos, because it is interconnected with other sustainable goals as well. Putting my ideas on sustainable transportation, I think, after speaking Bhushan ji, I don't need to speak because he has already, explained everything. What are the issues and challenges regarding sustainable transportation in our country. Just want to put some ideas, how we can improve transportation system in our country. First of all, still we need more finance in infrastructure development in transportation sectors. I don't want to explain more. And the next issue we have to address is poor quality of the roads. That is a very serious issue. We have constructed a lot of roads, but they are not, in good conditions. And many projects, they are started, but they are not completed on time. So that it increased the cost of the project and the mobility, and it has also caused the mobility of the people. And the next thing is, as already said that Bhushanjit, the proper planning for pedestrian space, that is the very serious issue, especially in the, urban, roads. And we already mentioned that in the parking facility is the very serious problem, especially in the Kathmandu Valley. And we know that, we are not only Kathmandu Valley, in other parts of the Nepal, the new cities are emerging. We have to give proper attentions when we are developing new cities. And we have talked a lot about the electric railways, speed railways and the metro rails. They have not been translated in action. The government talk a lot, but they have not been translated in action. And we are not giving proper attention to the resilient infrastructure, because we know that Nepal is a disaster-prone country. So how to make resilient our infrastructure, and even after the national disaster, how do we cope? The many infrastructure can be damaged because of the disaster, so that how we can manage and how we can mitigate the damage and the loss at that time. We have not prepared a lot on that issue. And the next important thing I want to share here is that, when the road is expanded, especially in the Kathmandu Valley, 150,000, the original people have been displaced in Kathmandu, especially the Newar community, So in the name of road, in the name of development, we are not doing justice to the people. That is another issue. And the next, and many, the historical heritages, cultural heritages, they have been damaged in the name of, construction of road. And the next issue I want to highlight that, we are constructing roads, but the accessibility of the persons with, disability and the senior citizens, the children, we are not considering, their needs, their demands when we, construct the roads. And the next issue, Bhusanji has already, highlighted that, we are not considering the construction of roads regarding the pedestrian friendly or the cycle riders friendly, and safety of the pedestrian is the serious issue within the Kathmandu Valley. And the next issue I want to highlight that, the road safety is the very serious issue. In Nepal is one of the countries where the number of the deaths and the fatalities is very high, and that is also another issue in case of the transportations. And the trippers, there are so many trippers in Nepal, and they carry the construction materials, and we say when the trippers come and the people say Yamaraj, because so many people are dying because of accidents. And the environment is another issue. Environment is not seriously considered in transportation sectors, and the demand of fossil fuel is still very high in Nepal. And air pollution is caused by the vehicle emissions, and the old vehicles, poor quality of the fuels, inefficient engines are the causes of the emissions. And the air pollution, air pollution is a very serious issue, especially in the Kathmandu Valley. In other cities also, that the air pollution has become the serious problem. But the Nepal has the unique opportunity for low carbon transportation system. And some suggestions, I want to highlight very briefly. We need to review our laws and regulation, what we have. And the next, I want to suggest that the public transportation is dominated by the private sector in case of Nepal, and transportation entrepreneurs are very strong, and they are also imposing syndicates, and the governments are not able to control them in case of Nepal, and that is very serious. Even the government said that we have removed the syndicates, but in practice that is not happening. And the next thing I want to emphasize that the government must invest in public transportation, and the government is not giving attention in this regard. And the next thing I want to suggest that the transportation office now, the federal government has handed over their authority to the province level government, and province level government is mandated to manage the transportation system in the provinces, but the transportation offices are not efficient. They don't have sufficient capacity to manage the transportation system. So institutional capacity building, one of the important important thing in case of transportation management, and the participation of stakeholders, that is very important. And usually the stakeholders are not sufficiently participated in planning process and planning and budget process. Whatever whether that is at the federal level or the province level or at the local level, and there is also lack of coordination, vertical coordination between the three tiers of the governments, and there is also lacking of coordination horizontally among the government agencies, at the horizontally also. These are some points I want to highlight here, and thank you so much, Ashish ji.
Thank you, Dayasagar sir. I think you were able to pull together and add comments based on what we heard from everybody before you, as well as provide additional inputs on what got missed in the previous presentation. So this was very good as an overall roundup of talks from all the speakers. I wanted to give a chance to all of the panelists. If you have any questions that you'd like to raise to each other, you could raise them now. I'd pause for 2 minutes and we could have a discussion.
Shall I?
Yes, please.
I think we are talking a lot about capacity building and, and doing a lot of capacity building programs. But I think it doesn't work a lot. Maybe we have to hit on the problem, not only capacity building. And we have to do hands-on program, maybe capacity building, hands-on capacity building, because maybe I involved in a number of projects where we did a lot of capacity building program for the municipalities. But the outcome is not very satisfactory. As a municipality from Birganj, mayor said that there is no technical enough manpower to do the work, daily work, even daily work, technical work. So how can we talk a lot about capacity building, So that is one part. And another part I want to talk about Bhushanji's presentation. So we have very low density road kilometer per square kilometer. So it said that we need at least 30 kilometer per square kilometer to provide amenities that we are dreaming today, So is it affordable to our agencies or not? So we have to think, maybe we have to do some research on it, Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sarita ma'am. I think Bhushan sir anyways had a hand raised, and if you have any reactions, that will be good to hear from you. Thanks.
Thank you. I was going to say first, if I had any comments, I think ICLEI could play an important role in this context, particularly when we're talking about transportation systems. As I said earlier, there's a lot that we can learn from India as well about how things can be done and how things should not be done, probably in some cases. Like I said, Chandni Chowk example, Karol Bagh example, Mahatma Gandhi Road in Gangtok, in the Mall Road in Simla. There are a lot of these examples where pedestrians have been prioritized and businesses have benefited because of it. And that's very important, the benefit sharing mechanism. So that can be highlighted. Second, on the public transport sector and the electric transport sector, I think the FAME 1, FAME 2 program in India has led to a lot of cities investing in electric buses. And also, it's not just cities investing in it, but it's this public-private sector coming together with a GCC model whereby the private sector is actually competing for the right to operate in a certain route, not competing for passengers. When you don't compete for passengers, then you don't have to sacrifice service. So you get your revenue based on kilometers traveled on a certain route while meeting certain targets, certain requirements set by the city government. Example, you keep the time, your buses are of certain quality and so on. So in all of that context, I think there's some lessons to be learned from India and as well as other countries as well. I know the BRT system, for example, is done really well in Pakistan as well. Whether you talk about Peshawar or even in Karachi, they're going for it. But so a bus rapid transit system from Pakistan. And these are happening in the region that we could learn from each other. So that's what I wanted to say, and that's where ICLEI could come in handy. And particularly for mayors in Nepal, I think what we see in India makes a lot of sense as something that we could look at and say can do. Instead of if we look at a lot of times when you look at Copenhagen or something, they'll say yeah we wish we could do it, but it's in the wish list. But something like Chandni Chowk would be can do thing, or something like a Indore, the bus system in Indore, or some of the other areas. And Pune as well. The second on Satyajit's question, first of all, I'm really sorry I didn't understand the question too well. But from what I understood, if it is investing in road infrastructure and there's road density is very little, and with very little resources available, is that possible or so on? I agree, and that's exactly why I'm saying think transport and not road. If we just think road and try to invest in big roads for cars, you're never going to get enough. And especially when you're investing in a road for car, basically what you're telling people is you're sending them an invitation to buy a car and come on the road. You're getting the demand for car up. Instead, you need a 3.5 meter wide road for one lane for car. For a one lane for bicycle, you need only 1.2 meters. Okay. And many of the cities outside Kathmandu, I come from Birganj. I know in Birganj as well, there's a lot of people who ride bicycles. There are a lot of people in the hinterlands who come to Birganj on their bicycles. They need to have safe place to travel and so on. Okay, so I think a lot of places outside in Chitwan, in Biratnagar and so on, this is very much feasible. If you think transport, that is very much feasible. If you think a bus route, a separate bus lane, if you can invest in that, people will move to a bus. They will leave their car at home. Why bother driving your car when parking is difficult, when traffic jams are horrible? If you can get to point A to point B quicker on a bus, you will go by bus. Okay, and that is shown in the West. That is shown everywhere else. Why won't it happen here? It will. So I think that is why investment in transportation system rather than roads is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhushan. I think this was very useful. We have one last question from somebody in the question and answer session asking about gender in transport. So I wonder if any of the panelists would like to pick that up in terms of how it is being addressed, or whether you're thinking about addressing equitable access to transport or services looking from the gender perspective.
I'll just talk a little bit about our experience with it. For example, we celebrated this whole 16 days against women and violence against women in public transport. We realized that a lot of our passengers are women, and we appreciate that, and we are glad that we can provide service to women, particularly in our societies where women have less access to cars. It's either for whatever reasons it is. It should not be so, but that's what it is. They end up taking public transportation more. So I think public transportation needs to be aware of that and needs to service that sector of society more. Keep their needs in mind more. Right. So now what happens is, according to government rules, we are supposed to have 4 seats dedicated to women passengers, which is great, but that's alone is not enough. And I think if we improve the public transportation system as a whole, that will definitely benefit women, children, elderly, people with disabilities, and so on, because having less crowds, having more efficient services will benefit all. The second thing I want to talk about is when you have infrastructure or systems that are catered to the need of pedestrians, all right, and then I think that is also making it gender friendly. When you instead of having a overhead crossing where you have a on grade crossing with lighting system, that is good for people with disabilities, pregnant women, elderly, and so on. So I think that is something that cities need to look at. Bottom line, city has to cater to the most vulnerable group in the society, whether that be people with disabilities, elderly, children, women, and so on. That is the city is only strong as its weakest link. The chain is as only strong as its weakest link. That is something that we need to keep in mind. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. If you have a comment, quickly.
All the public buses are not women friendly, and most of the women are hesitant to ride the buses. Big buses, small buses, and all types of vehicles in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I think Dayasagar sir, do you have a comment, please?
Just I want to add that if the transportation, our clear idea is that if the transportation system is not inclusive, if that is not disabled friendly, if that is not gender sensitive, elderly friendly, we cannot say that is sustainable. We cannot say that is sustainable transportation. And two issues, we regarding the case of Nepal, I want to add that the issue of the the laborers, the laborers who are involved in transportation, transportation system, that is very serious. There are so many, the drivers and the helpers, they are getting jobs in transportation system. In the lockdown time, they have lost their jobs, and they don't have social security, right? So that is also another serious issue when we are talking about the the sustainable transportation system. And the next issue is the child labor. When we see in the public buses or the public vehicles, we see many children, they are working as the helpers. So that is also another issue. We have not been able to address that issues properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Daya sir. I think in the interest of time, we would like to bring this session to a close. I would want to acknowledge the contributions for all of the speakers. Begin by acknowledging the inputs from Mr. Ashok Kumar Beanju, who's the Honorable Mayor of Dhulikhel Municipality, also the Regional Executive Committee member of ICLEI. Very good to have you in this session, sir, and your inputs were very useful. Mrs. Sarita Shresthaji, very good inputs from you. Overall perspective of transport, how it works as a system in the country was good to hear from, and your comments as well. Bhushan sir, I think we heard a lot of comments appreciating what you shared in terms of challenges, but also good steps that are being taken by cities looking at transportation as a system, and the learnings about the Sajaya Yatayat as a cooperative was also very useful. And lastly, Mr. Daya Shankar Shrestha, who added all of these points together, bringing in the perspective of equity also in terms of how we can make transportation safe and useful for commute to all the citizens. So I thank you all for your inputs, and from ICLEI as well as KASpaces, we want to acknowledge your inputs on the point of how we take this further. I think we are hoping to use your inputs to structure our next steps of engagement. We'll come back to you and definitely see how we can take this conversation further. Thank you, all of you. Thank you. I hand over back now to Keshav.
Thank you very much, Ashish, and for all the presenters in the Sustainable Urban Transport session for your excellent remarks and sharing thoughts. Now with that we are already very delayed, so we quickly move into the closing session. May I request Shashi to kindly share the screen. Shashi, if you can share your screen.
Second, please.
All right. So thank you very much again. So this is the quick closing remarks from our side. Do share if any observation or comment on overall webinar or any of the technical session that you have participated since morning. If there's any outstanding comments or observation that any of the participants have or speakers or discussion, please unmute yourself and you can share your thoughts. Also, if there's any recommendation for next webinars or technical support that your city require or the government require, you can kindly even write it to us or also tell us now or whatever most convenient to you. You can also send us further emails for any inquiry or needs that your city authority or the national authority and the national government require on any of the topic that we have discussed. And just for information, we will prepare a formal report highlighting the outcome, key takeaways of this webinar, of all the technical session, which will be shared with all of you, including the participant in the coming days. So now, without further delay, we have Professor Meena Vaidya Mala. She's an advisor in Policy Research Institute and also holding various portfolios and distinguished profiles. May I request Professor Meena to kindly share her reflection and overall takeaways from all the sessions that we had since morning. Professor Meena, over to you.
Thank you, Kesavji. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, ma'am, we can see you. We can hear you loud and clear. Yes.
Yes. Good afternoon. It's really nice to be with here this afternoon. Mr. Preston and Ekale Director, PDA, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung Singapore, Mr. Imami Kumar, Executive Director, ICLEI South Asia, the experts, discussants, the reputed personalities from various organizations and institutions, the distinguished mayors from different metropolitan municipalities and sub-metropolitan cities of Nepal, and all the prominent participants. So first of all, may I thank the joint organizers, ICLEIS Asia and Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, with support of the Municipal Association of Nepal, for inviting and making me the part of webinar, KASpaces webinar. So it's my privilege, to have been asked to propose a reflection of the event. Webinar, so far I think, is going to be represented from different sections of society, from local governments, from civil society organizations, companies working on the related areas, especially from the urban development across the region. So I must say they are all the key personalities from their respective areas. This, I think, is the most attractive and impressive part of the event. Experts, the discussions, they have widely extended their rich knowledge, expertise, and rich discussions on how they can come up together to reinforce synergies in providing safe, inclusive, and sustainable cities in the region, and how the goal 11 of the SDG is achieved across the region. I think this is where the significance of this very webinar reflects. So we had a very lively discussions and on different areas like sustainable urban that mainly focused on 3 areas. Number 1, internal migration. Number 2, the urban climate resilience, and number 3, the sustainable urban transport. These are some of the pressing issues so far I think that not only interlink with the goal of 11 SDGs, but it of course relates with all the goals related to health, clean water, climate action, environment, and innovations, infrastructures, and thereby all reducing injustice, exclusions, but working for peace, justice, and partnership. So this is very important to know that we do not only work to meet the needs of the present generation, because that does not make development sustainable. We meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the needs of the needs of the present, without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. So this is what is called managed sustainable development, MSD. So we approach to develop by using all the resources in such a way that allows for them to continue to exist for others as well. We know the UN system works on 3 pillars and the SD on SD, that is economy, social, and environmental. And these pillars, of course, stand for the conservation of ecosystem and biodiversity, the control of population, development of sustainable society and human resources, and the promotion of public participations. The first session on sustainable urban development and internal migration by the two very distinguished mayors from Paluntari municipality, Deepak Babu Kandel and Vijay Kumar Sarawagi from Birganj metropolitan city. I think they are the key personalities, and they highlighted their overall issues, challenges, and how they are going ahead with their future planning. And also with the problems they shared, how they are being empowered, but they are not being demarcated. These are some of the problems why they also suffered during the COVID-19 and how they overcome. The experts and its discussants, they share their values, and they share values on youth migration and how it could be controlled, how it should be controlled, and how the infrastructure should be developed. And also it was very fruitful and meaningful from the gender point and the gender perceptions, how the female, they are the hardest hit during pandemic and other calamities. So far we know 50% live in cities, and by 2050, two-thirds of all humanity, that comes around 6.5 billion people, will be urban. The growth of cities, that is basically the result of rising population, increasing internal migration in search of labor, food, and better opportunities. And these activities have led to the rise of, I think, mega cities in some of the developing countries like ours. Now, cities, so far we know they just occupy 3% of the Earth's land, but account for 60, account for 60 to 80% of energy consumptions for, with at least 70% of carbon emissions. ESG goals can be achieved only when we will build and manage our urban space that is going on a very haphazard way. So making cities sustainable means promoting business opportunity. It is promoting safe and affordable housing, green public space, and the investment in public transport. That we mean is the improved urban city. I think most of the issues regarding the principles of sustainable development goals with a link of goal 11, especially COVID-19 pandemic, they have come up from all the technical sessions. I think we all enjoyed all the sessions in such a way that they were excellent and wonderful. Now, the technical session, it was mainly related with urban climate resilience from two reputed mayors. And these sessions urged for the combat of how to combat desertifications, how to halt land degenerations, and how to conserve biodiversity and wildlife. It's reported, we know over 50% of our global population, they live in cities. You know, they are responsible for around 70% of global energy related emissions. So consequences of climate change has adversely brought calamities and landslides and often floods and earthquakes. And recently we are being reported that we are being hardly hit by the carbon emissions produced from our neighboring countries. So it seems, we feel that we are being penalized for the mistakes that we never made. This is what is going to be in near future. The third technical sessions we had on sustainable urban transport. This is very important aspect of our public life. Mr. Ashok Kumar Byaju and Mayor Dhulikhel municipality and Ms. Sarita Shrestha Maske, Ministry from Urban, they highlighted on that area. And sustainable transport, this is something related with connectivity and integrations. The whole session was focused with that part that unfolds the multiple innovations, growth and progress and opportunity. And also they were focused on how to intensify our investment in transport network, because it is the key of development. As one of our experts and the presenter said, this is the infrastructure of infrastructure. So key development of trade, commerce, tourism, energy, resources, mobilizations, and so forth. So these are some of the very major points speculated in that session. Now, to achieve all the sessions, the overall reflection of all the technical sessions was center how to achieve all these goals despite so many challenges on the way and the process, and coming especially from poverty, ignorance, unemployment, exclusion, and injustice. They are the serious constraints on the way. And another problem that we have observed and seen is the political instability. That is the major challenge, particularly in South Asia and more acute in Nepal. And institution, the lack of strong institutional and the public institutions of governance. This is yet another challenge in the process. And the most important and to be noted and the most severe challenge is coming from politicization of technology. The projects, the experts, they are being politically affiliated. They are made politically projected. So in most of the Asian nations and more particularly in Nepal, these technical projects, these technical programs and the personalities, they are being politically affiliated. This is the tragedy of our nation, the reason, right? A few lines only. And the next one is the weak leadership. Who are leaders? The people who can stand at the surface of reality. In a book I have read, Why Do Nations Fail? I have read that the poor nations are poor and poorer, not because of their geography and culture, but because the leaders of their countries, they do not know which policies enlighten and enrich their citizens. So these are some of the constraints on the way ahead.
Sure.
Now the question is how we should go ahead. That really matters. First of all, I think the political will to transform development programs into sustainable long-term policies is very important. So suggestions would be not to change the experts with every change in government, because this culture, this type of practice really damages the very essence and the core of sustainable development. The next is to improve the management, the skills of planning, organizing, learning from experiences is yet another important aspect. People should be taking a larger responsibility, not only the governments and institutions, but ourselves, the people, and the respect from their respective capabilities, from their relative areas as a major commitment towards the nation. This is their major fundamental duty. And the other is the strong implementation. It was raised in almost all the sessions. Strong implementations, many are said, something are said, many are said, but they are well and good. But when it comes into the record of performance, we get things very minimum being done. So implementing climate policies, building bylaws, they are already there, but that is not sufficient. Being an academia, what I want to share my view is that it should be coming off from the school curricula, So the awareness, the education and the socialization process for our future rulers and the planners and the developers. This is very important. Whatever they learn from their school, the early part of their life, that lasts for a longer period of time. So,
Sure,
and I said the quality of school always determines the quality of nations, right? So
yes.
this is being said by our political philosophers, Plato and Aristotle. This is real in fact. So the most important now suggestions would be, I think, we have to anchor the project in the local context and the provincial context, ensuring their major participations in decision-making process.
Sure, ma'am.
These goals adopted by the United Nations is universal call to end poverty, protect the planet, ensuring that by 2030, all people, all of us enjoy peace and prosperity. Now, with these few reflections of the session, I come to conclusion, sharing few words. Planning, organizing, and managing safe, inclusive, and sustainable cities is never cheap. This is very true. They are expensive in terms of time, in terms of money and effort, and also in terms of devotion and dedication. But not planning and managing for safe, inclusive, and sustainable cities is more expensive in the long run. Thank you. Thank you very
All
much.
right, ma'am. Thank you very much. I think you deserve a great applaud and congratulations for all the excellent inputs and the reflection, that comprehensive reflection that you have given for the overall webinar. Definitely, we will capture all of these insights and the key takeaways and highlights in our webinar report, and which will be circulated to all the participants and the speakers and discussion. So just in the interest of time, may I now request Ms. Megha from Conrad Andrew Foundation. She is a program manager for 2030 agenda. May I request you, Megha, to kindly share your closing remarks.
Thank you, Keshav. Firstly, thank you all. It was very insightful presentations and discussion. Professor Vaidya, thank you so much. It was really good, your reflection, and I think you've really concluded everything well. We're very grateful to each one of you for coming to today and to sharing your thoughts, and to also to see that everybody wants to work, and we are really happy that we could give you this platform. Again, last but not the least, thank you to Imani and his team. Special shout out to Subuhi and Keshav for taking all my calls all the time and being so responsive. KASpaces has been a reality. This project has got this brand is because of a huge. I would really like to thank ICLE for it, because they're really what we had conceptualized. They have implemented it so well, and we really hope that this is just the beginning of this partnership, and this will continue for years. Our next conference is in Bangladesh on Friday, so please do join us. I do see that some participants from other countries are joining us regularly. Thank you so much for that. I also hope to see you all. If you have missed our previous workshops, please do come back. You can check it out on our Facebook and our LinkedIn pages of all our organizations. So I really hope to see you all again. Please do keep in touch, and we'll keep you updated about the regional workshop. And I hope to see all of you there. So without further ado, I would like to close this webinar. Over to you, Keshav. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Megha, for your closing remarks. May I now check with Mr. Kalanidhi Devkota. If you are there, sir, would you like to say a few words in the closing session? I think he's not there. It's okay. So anyway, just to conclude the session, I would like to thank you again for all the participants, speakers, and discussant for your active participation and all across whole day for this KASpaces Nepal webinar. Thank you very much again. And like I said in the beginning, we will prepare a comprehensive outcome report from all of these country level webinars, and we will send it to all of you. So you can then also take it and disseminate it within your respective networks, so we have a wider reach and dissemination of the outcomes of the discussion. So thank you very much again on behalf of ICLE South Asia and Conrad Andrew Foundation, and we look forward for your active participation in other country level workshops. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Keshavji.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for all the inputs.
Thank you, Imani. I got confused with the dates at too many events.
No issues.